Seco big meeting. First of all, thank you to Seco, Elizabeth DeMaio, Bonnie Fripp, the Seco folks for providing me this meeting room. It's a great place to do this. This is the education destination for optometry. A lot of great education here. Starts tomorrow. I am taking the laser course because it's looking good for Tennessee on lasers, and taking the course tomorrow and Thursday. And welcome everybody. First of all, I'm so humbled and blessed. The book, today is the launch day. The book has exceeded my wildest expectations. It's been number one in 3 or 4 categories today. And by the way, thank you to everyone, but I'd love to keep that momentum going. I'd like to, you got to be number one for a little bit to be a bestseller, and we're headed in the right direction for sure. But, thank you to everybody that's bought a book. And, tonight, last night was about team. And certainly a lot of my success is I owe to the people I've been surrounded with as far as Newport and my career, and the people I've hired, and then the people that have gone before me that supported me, like my dad and my brother and Jeff and Annette, and then the people that are with me now, including Amy, Molly, and then the rest of my team, and then my Greenville office, which really is my true business in a way, because it's a business. It's not my job. I just do well there because I got great people there. And just feeling so humbled and blessed today that my book, when I open up my Amazon thing and I check it, I'm just hoping top 10, top 20, and, number one in 4 categories. And God has truly blessed me. And and last night I got to thank some of those people, and it was about team. Tonight is about the actual metrics. And this is the part that tends to be a little dry, but then at the same time, it's the part that I get the most requests for. Y'all heard Dr. Graham Taylor call me a schizo last night, which I am kind of schizo when it comes to the numbers of a practice, because the numbers just don't lie. And Graham and Emily apparently affectionately refer to me as the Rain Man when it comes to numbers. And so, but tonight there's actually a lot of people on here that I have learned my business acumen from. We're going to look forward to hearing to Mark Murphy and Michael Wasik with Northeast Private Client Group and Sequoia Private Client Group. Wonderful people. Mark and Michael both become dear friends of mine. They've been my financial advisors for years. They've advised me on a lot of the things that I use in my practice. And then Laurie Sorrenson and Mick Kling. In my opinion, there's not 2 more knowledgeable people when it comes to KPIs and metrics and practice management and things like that. And then, then want to bring on 2 people that I wanted to not only thank, but, Dr. Reshma Amin was my first client. And what I'm thrilled about is she's still a dear friend. So, the first time you do something, you're still kind of learning. And Dr. Reshma Amin and her husband, Matesh, who's the office manager, was so good to me. And we've just remained dear friends throughout. And then Dr. Brittany Shower, who is the current North Dakota Optometric Association president. So she's serving her profession. And went up to her office, and actually one of the biggest compliments I've ever gotten. Oh gosh, I think his name was Jeff, but he had an optical person that said, and I heard this today too. I interviewed last night somebody that I was doing an on-site consult with. We spend so much time harping on what we can improve upon or what's wrong. Sometimes we forget to concentrate on what we're good at. And so, Brittany Shower's office, she had an optical person, Jeff, I believe it was, and he said, I just thought you were going to come in here and tell us what we're doing wrong. And it was just the opposite. If anything, you really helped us learn how to maximize our strengths. And, you didn't just come in here with the old cookie cutter solution and just, if this works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You really listened to us, and you listened to what we thought we needed to work on, and also what we do well. And we tried to maximize our strengths and minimize our weaknesses, much like Coach Fulmer talked about last night. So, and then after Dr. Shower, I'm bringing on Dr. Amir Khoshnevis. He is the president and chief medical officer for Vision Source. So, kicked around the idea on, how much to talk about Vision Source, because it can be a little bit of a controversial topic. But here's the thing. if I am nothing else, I am genuine. And I heard people say that, and I got that from my mom. My mom taught me that, the truth will set you free. Always tell the truth. You don't have to worry about what you said later, and always just be genuine. And I could not write a business book and have a live stream about business without talking about one of the best decisions I ever made for business in my practice, and that was be a member of Vision Source. We're going to touch on that. So just to go ahead and tell everybody, that's coming up with Dr. Amir Khoshnevis, and I'm a Vision Source administrator. And so speaking of that, after Dr. Khoshnevis, Dr. Robert Layman, who I wanted him to be my last OD on here because I have such a tremendous amount of respect for Dr. Layman and all he's done for our profession. He served as AOA president. He served as many other things. He's also a Vision Source administrator like me, so we are at those meetings together. He is now heading up the Center for Independent Practice for the American Optometric Association, and just a wonderful person, a wonderful human being, a great optometrist, and a great friend. And so he'll be the last optometrist I talk to. And then I'm going to round it off with my wife, Sasha, who is a saint. So Saint Sasha. She has stayed married to me for 28 years and been with me for 30. And what can I say? She wanted me to be the best me I could be. And because I'm married to her, I have exceeded, much like my basketball and my coaches used to tell me in high school, you get the most of your ability. I don't know if that was a compliment or an insult. I didn't know exactly what to think about that. But, if whatever success I've had, if you don't have a wonderful, beautiful on the inside and outside spouse that just truly has your back and truly supports you, then you're not going to go very far. And I owe everything to her, and she is going to round this out. And honestly, I was just going to come on here and bring her on and just, tell her I love her and thank her. And I'm telling you, she knocked it out of the park. She has some great information to share on, what it was like to be a spouse as we were making the decisions we were making to grow the practice I grew. And I do not go away just because it's just going to be me and my wife there at the end. It's not an accident that she has won awards in every profession she has gone into, and she's excelled tremendously in every career she's had, and she's reinvented herself 3 times since I've been married to her, and she's won awards and been top notch in all 3 careers. So, and I think that's not without accident. Well, what we're going to start off with is Amber Vilhauer and Aiden DePrima with No Guts, No Glory Enterprises. And this is kind of more the last little bit of the team thing. So Amber was like my book coach. So if you're thinking of writing a book, don't look any further. Let me give you Amber and Aiden's information. You cannot go wrong. Amber, we'll talk. You know what? Last night I kind of would introduce, and I would almost talk half the video. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let, Amber and Aiden speak for themselves. But if not for Amber Vilhauer and Aiden DePrima, I don't know that I would have written this book. I even had a little bit of I don't want to call it a meltdown, but last Thursday, when you're writing a book, there's just a lot of loose ends, and you start to feel a little frustrated. And Amber, really helped me and then, helped get me kind of back on focus. So I call her my contractor. She took care of everything else so I could write the book. And by the way, I don't want to thank my wife. I already thanked her once. I can't thank her enough. Sasha's in the studio. She did a bunch for me last night and today. And also, if you're looking for a chief marketing officer, Becca Faison, I don't know how to do this live stream crap at all. But Becca Faison learned it for me, and so she's running the show behind the scenes, and she's doing a great job. And thank you, Becca. And with that, Becca, let's go ahead and introduce and play Amber and Aiden's video. Coming to you from Atlanta, and there's absolutely no way I could not have the launch of my book without bringing on these two. Because without them, this book would not be written. I cannot imagine having another team, and I'll just say it now.
if you're thinking of writing a book and you do it without these two, you've already made a mistake. Because
Oh,
I can't imagine. Seriously,
Kurt.
I can't, and because I can have a very quirky personality. These two have seen me at my best and my worst because they were both there every step of the way, and both of you just never, always great attitude, class.
Mm.
You know, when I was happy, you were happy with me. When I wasn't happy, you were made me happy. And so, you know, I can't think of anything better to say really than that. You know, because when you're trying to write a book and you don't know what you're doing, you're going to have your down moments. And if you have people surrounding you that get down with you, then you may not ever get back up. And you guys always pulled me back up.
Well, you've
And
been through a lot in like 10 months, no less. I mean, from I want to write a book someday to this moment, it's your launch day, you made it. You have a gorgeous brand, you have an amazing website, you have a team, you have marketing, like you have all of these things, Kurt, that just finally came to fruition all at the same time. And honestly, I don't want to speak for Aiden, but I'm so proud of you and proud to be on your team and proud to promote you to my network because I mean, all things considered, you had an incredible attitude through this whole process. I mean, it was hard. You were building all of this on top of your practice, on top of your normal life. Like you were so superhuman for the past 10 months, and you always did it with a smile on your face, even if you were frustrated or couldn't locate a file or whatever was happening. You have this like contagious personality where you just lift up the room everywhere you go. And so it's really been my honor to work with you. But Aiden, I don't know, whatever
Yeah,
you.
totally. It has been such a pleasure, Kurt. And I mean, yeah, your work ethic is just very admirable, I think. Like Amber was saying, you did all of these things. You made some massive changes in 6 months, and you did it all while running an optometry practice. I mean, I don't,
Very
and
successful
you
one.
never missed any of our deadlines or anything like that. And whatever you said you would do it. And I just really admired that. So it really was just a pleasure working with you. And even just, we spent so much time on Zoom together. I would consider you like a close friend now. I mean, we just got to know each other, and it was just fun hanging out.
so, in typical fashion, these two are trying to brag on me. We don't even know who they are yet.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, well, who are these people? Okay, so let me get that out because you guys are just so. Amber Vilhauer with No Guts, No Glory. Um, I've referred to you to a lot of people as my contractor, and I don't know if that is a correct term in the construction industry, but yes, I built a website. You found that person for me, and they were wonderful. Yes, I found the right publisher after I think you turned down two others because you read the contracts and you took care of that for me. Amber takes care of all the other stuff. So you can just concentrate on writing the book. And you
Yes. Okay.
and but that takes a lot of trust. I am not a person to give up things. I have a tendency to not want to delegate. So thank God I found you and you built that trust in me immediately that I was very confident that I could delegate those things to you. And it allowed me to just write my book. And speaking of writing the book, Aiden was the person that helped me write the book. And Aiden was so good at just listening. I don't know if there's a better compliment I can give somebody than, because did I sit and write every word? Of course not. But I told Aiden like, here's what I want the book to say, and then Aiden would write it, and then I would read it and write. Then about the third or fourth time, my wife looked up at me from the couch. I'll never forget this. She said, "I can hear you. This
Hmm.
sounds like you. I can literally hear your voice as I'm reading these pages." That's when I knew it was time to stop. So I think Aiden, we got it done in 8 or 9 months, not only because of my work ethic, because of yours too. I mean, as soon as we got done, an hour or two later, I'm getting emails. Well, I finished this and I finished that, and then I'd send you an email at 2 in the morning. Okay, well now I've done this and I've done that, and yeah. So so Amber was the person that really was in charge of the project, for lack of a better term, and she found, like I said, you take care of all the loose ends. But then also, and I have to brag on this, the alignment entrepreneurship course, getting in alignment. I'll be honest with you, I'm a Southern boy, and when I first saw that, I thought that's a little, I don't know if new ageist is the right word or what you would call it. I don't know if I want to go through this, and actually, it's one of the best things I ever did. Between the Aligned Entrepreneurship Program and the Bestseller Book Launch Program, I really felt like I was put in the absolute best position I could be put in to make this book succeed. Like if you can't succeed with those two programs, then you probably just shouldn't write a book to begin with.
I agree.
Because and then Aiden, there's no way I could write a book. I was really good at biology and chemistry and math, and I was barely a B student in English. And you're just great with words, and you listen to me, and how you're able to sound like me is amazing. You took my words and then you put them in a book form, which I couldn't do. And your work ethic was just unbelievable. You both of you earned everything I gave you and then some, as far as what I paid to do the program. I would do it again in a heartbeat. And here we are, launch day. So I guess what was it like? I'm gonna take to ask this question, but I know what the process was like for me. I just finally learned to trust you guys and do what you said. But I guess you describe the process with me, I guess, or maybe somebody out there is thinking of writing a book, because there's a lot of people out there that may be thinking about doing this. So you two go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to start if that's okay, Aiden. So it was Mr. Mark Murphy who introduced Kurt to me, and what a fun day that was. Fun first conversation. And from my perspective, the way that you can look at me is I'm a books and business strategist. So that means that if you can tell me what your desired outcome is, what is your goal? And it's not just to write a book, because perhaps you want to monetize, you want to build a consulting brand, you want to have a lifestyle mastermind, like whatever it is that you see for yourself in the future. My job is to build the plan that gets you there as fast as possible without sacrificing quality. Now, in order to do that, I have to get to know your deepest motivation, not just what you think, like, oh, I just want to help people, but why do you want to help people? Like, what's beneath that? So what Kurt was speaking to in terms of alignment is that's the first step with me, is I have to get you into alignment, which by my definition is living in line with your deepest values, core values, your beliefs, and your needs. And I have innovated a framework and a process that helps us get to the root of that playfully, quickly, and to a high degree of accuracy. And so it's a very short little 90-minute session. And now Kurt has this baseline for what he's really going for, who he wants to serve, how he wants to serve them, what he believes, what he really wants to say, what he values in the process. And it's from that alignment that we can grow all of the other business components, the marketing, the monetization model, how we're approaching the book, the curriculum, and everything that happens after that. It all starts with this alignment. And so I'm a strategist. I help with the alignment. And then as soon as we did that piece, the book was there. I mean, it was in black and white. Here's the outline. This is the curriculum. And there's literally no one I trust more in the book world than Aiden, in terms of ghostwriting, developmental editing, copy editing, proofreading, publishing, production support. I mean, there's nobody else I refer anybody to ever than Aiden. He's helped with my books. He will continue to do so. I just think he's the best. So it was a natural choice to have him come in. Meanwhile, it was really important, Kurt, that we could start getting you to monetize. And I knew I was going to stretch you a little bit with that because you were already running your practice, but it is the responsible thing to do, because becoming an author is not cheap. Like, you have to pay for the writing support and the production support. And then you need to build web pages and branding and hire a team and do the marketing. And everybody's author path is very different. So it's definitely not one size fits all. It's always custom. But that's where the strategy comes in. And that's all rooted in the alignment. So we got Kurt monetizing right away, in a way that wasn't transactional and icky. It was a way of building value to other service providers and practitioners that would enable Kurt to talk out his book, so that then Aiden had more substance to work from. So it was really fun, Kurt. We're on this trajectory where Aiden's writing the book and you're doing cohorts, and I'm helping to establish the business around it and preparing for book launch, which is where we are today. And Aiden, I want to kick it over to you for anything that you want to say, but I think my ending note here is that you want to be really awake and intentional and aligned in this process, because otherwise it's going to be a waste of time, money, and energy. And you're not going to get the outcome you really want because you don't really know what you're striving toward.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words, Amber. And likewise, I mean, anyone who is thinking about launching a book or needs help with websites, marketing, I am just always pointing them towards you because there's no one better. But the process, I mean, on my end, I think it all went quite smoothly, I'd say, Kurt. You kind of went through my full process where I take an author from idea to outline to writing the first draft and revising together, even before we submit it to the publisher or anything. And I think it all went really smoothly. And part of that is because of that cohort model that you did with Amber. So I guess just for some context, Kurt was running cohorts, teaching a lot of the content that's in the book, and even getting people's feedback on the ideas in the book and what would be included and everything. And then I was able to use those recordings and have that kind of help shape a lot of the content in the book, which is just like an amazing way to do it. And I'm in my process, I try to get as clear as I can on the outline in the beginning and get as much information as I can from the beginning, because that helps me so much later on. Books are just very large projects, and what you want to avoid is having to make big changes later on, once things are already done and you're redoing work and moving things around. And so, Kurt and I spent so much time on Zoom together talking through all this stuff. We got all that info right from the beginning, and that made my life super easy and Kurt's life very easy, down the line. So I think the whole process went really smoothly. And one thing I will say about Kurt is, when I typically work with authors, I'm always pushing for them to add stories to their book. I think that's like the number one thing that separates good books from great books is stories. The more stories you can have, the better. If you can explain something through a story, do that rather than just writing it out. And Kurt, my God, this guy has the best stories. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's like every time I'd be like, Kurt, do you have a story for this? And he'd be like, oh yeah, I have this. This could work. And he's telling these amazing stories that are just like absolutely perfect to illustrate like every point in the book. It was amazing. So thank you, Kurt, for that. And I think it makes the book really interesting for all your readers.
It's such a good book, and it's gorgeous. It's well produced. I mean, the whole thing. Kurt, so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Today. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Well, once again, the book looks good, well produced. You found that person. Matter of fact,
But still.
in your book, there's our two books, over my right shoulder right there. They've been in every video I've made over the last 2 months. There's some things I want to bring up, and people that watching that may decide to use you too. Number one, you're talking about the alignment. What's more, and I bet you this happens more times than not, Amber, that why you think you want to write the book is completely different than why you want to write the book.
Yes.
Getting in alignment, like what I thought was going to be in the book, by the time I got to Aiden, when I went through your program, I think one of the reasons it went so smoothly for Aiden and I, because I had my avatar in place and I knew who I was writing to, and it made it so much easier. Amber, you go through the alignment program and it really gets you focused on your passion for why you're doing this. Yeah. And I think my website is so much better because of that. My circle page is so much better because of that. And I'll be honest with you, the first 2 or 3 Tuesdays we did this 8-9 months ago, I didn't really schedule around it. If I could make it, I'd make it. And if I didn't, I didn't. After about the 3rd or 4th one I sat through, I now wake up on those Tuesday mornings. So Amber has her cohort study groups.
It's like a group coaching program.
I stopped seeing patients about 45 minutes ahead of time now, because I make sure that I'm going to be there at 11. I literally wake up on Tuesday mornings and I'm immediately in a good mood because I know we're going to have that study group. Like, I look forward to it. So, matter of fact, I'm doing it for a 3rd time, and there's several of us. Yes. We've been through the same exact program a 3rd time. It's like a really, really, really good movie. You learn something every time you somehow miss the time before. In the monetization part of it, because Amber got me in alignment, I got so focused, it made me a lot more comfortable, charging what we're worth and what my knowledge is worth, because I know I'm helping people.
Yeah.
Like I know that they're going to not only get their money back, they're going to get a huge return on investment. And honestly, Amber, without going through your program, I don't know that I could have said that. So
My
you really
heart is
helped
like,
me. Well, you really got me focused.
hmm.
And you gave me the courage to do that, but then also to realize, that because I've done this for 30 years, I've got a lot to share.
You
And
do.
like on my Circle Premium page, I just made a why video of why do you have a premium site versus a free site? And number one, it's 30 years of my work. But number two, there's just things you don't want to share on a public forum. There's things you don't just share on ODs on Facebook. You're in a public forum where you don't know who's there. So,
Sure.
I have a private community. I know who I'm talking to because I'm in alignment. I know, there's and for people who are watching, you'll get this more if you work with Amber. There's 5 levels of your avatars, the person you're talking to. And if you look at my services, they literally match each level of the avatar. And you did that. It just popped up on my screen one day. You just Amber takes all your information, gives you a program, and if you'll just follow it, you're going to be incredibly successful. And I'm really excited about what's going to happen from today forward, not only with my book, but with my coaching company. So
it's going to be huge.
So
it really is. It's going to
I want
be
to give you two the last word, but I seriously love you guys. Like you just don't know how much you guys mean to me. And I'm only going to give you both 5 stars because I can't give 6. And if 6 stars existed, I would give that to both of you. I cannot think of 1 second. We had, of course, I had my ups and downs like anybody else in the project like this, but I never for 1 second regretted, not even for a millisecond, regretted working with either of you or was ever questioning whether I should have or not, was never disappointed. And that's saying a lot considering what we did over 10 months. So sincerely, thank you to both of you.
Oh, Kurt, I feel the same way about you. I mean, we're going to be lifelong friends. This was not just a project. Like this was something very special. And frankly, I try to do that with all of my clients. It is chosen. It is personal. It's not just business. And so, thank you. And honestly, the last word that I want to say is to all of the viewers out there. I can't help it, but to say no guts, no glory to you. My company's name is NGNG Enterprises, but it stands for No Guts, No Glory. And, Kurt is a shining example of that. There are ideas and feelings inside of all of us. And like, this is your one and only life as far as we know. And I just want you to get out there and live it. And it is, you do have to have courage, and it is scary and it is uncomfortable, but like the reward is there. And again, I just have to point to Kurt as someone you can absolutely trust. If you are considering hiring him, do it. He's ready for you. Read the book, share the book, get bulk copies, do a book study around it, let it permeate and activate that courage in you to really discover your best self in life. So Kurt, thank you for your outstanding leadership, and Aiden, same to you.
Yeah, well, Kurt, it's just been a total pleasure working with you, and I'm just really proud of the work we did together. I think all that hard work paid off, and it shows in the book. So, to anyone watching this, my kind of mission is just to help smart people share their ideas and put value into the world and make the world a better place. So, if you are interested in doing that through a book or something else, I'm always happy to chat about that and offer whatever help I can.
Well, thank you guys so much for being a part of this. I was going to do it live, and Amber, you're going to be somewhere, so there's no way I could, that's why I'm doing it this way, because there's no way I could not have you two on here. And I just appreciate you guys so much. And if I had to try to do this without you, it would have failed. So thank you guys.
Appreciate you, Kurt.
All right. Thank you.
Amber, Bill, Howard, Aiden, Dupreme with No Guts, No Glory. But this one's something interesting. Amber, AI. Everybody's kind of scared of AI. What Amber has done, I don't want to give away too much of it, but she has found a way. AI did not write my book at all, but she has this way of she gets you in alignment, and you have 2 or 3 documents that you attach to an AI, and it makes it sound like you. It's not just artificial intelligence, and it is. I cannot imagine how many literally days she spent putting that together. It's an amazing program. And then Aiden, Aiden, how he can take somebody else's words and then make it sound like you. And Sasha said, Kurt, this sounds like you. Well, it's because we did it the old-fashioned way. We sat together and we did this. So if you're thinking of writing a book, you got to get those two together. Mentioned in there too, I want to bring something. I actually do have a circle page. And if you're interested in this, send an email to Dr. Kurt Steele at drkurtsteele.com. That's pretty easy to remember. Dr. Kurt Steele at drkurtsteele.com. It is a community. I have a free site and then a premium site. The premium site obviously shares a little more, but all the spreadsheets and all the documents you could ever need are on there to run a practice. The ones that I promised in the book are on the free site. So if you get the book, you automatically can go to Circle. And it's also on my website too. So you can go to drkurtsteele.com. I call that the toolkit. So the toolkit is what I promised in the book. But I also have a complete blueprint, a practice system blueprint that is in the premium site. And it even has customizable things in it. So like the spreadsheets and all the stuff that I've used in my practice. And, honestly, things you don't want to share in a public forum. So that's kind of the reason I decided to do it that way. So, but Amber and Aiden, thank you to you two, because without you guys, this would not have happened. So listen, so there's 5 minutes before the next two. The next two are not optometrists. They are Mark Murphy, who is a best-selling author in the financial world. Forbes has ranked him as one of the top financial people in the country on many occasions. And then Michael Wasik, who's worked for him for several years, and he's just as sharp as they come. He's become a dear friend of mine, as well as Mark. Just an example of the type of success Mark Murphy has. If he'd have told me, 6 or 7 years ago, you just really love the New York Knicks, I'd be like, did I lose a bet? Like, what happened? Mark has these third row seats to the Knicks. I can high five Spike Lee, and I get to go to that, 2, 3, 4 times a year. And it's just an unbelievable experience. You're sitting with all these celebrities. And I even had somebody ask me the last game, like, who are you? I'm like, I'm just Kurt Steele. No, come on, you're somebody. You're sitting here. And they couldn't believe that I was nobody. So, but, but these guys are really smart financial people. So if you have friends, like from this moment forward, we're really going to talk about some really, really good financial stuff. And we're going to learn a lot over the next 4 to 4.5 hours. I did that on purpose. Yes, I launched a book. Listen, the book's doing amazing. I don't have to push that book much more at all. I want this to be informational and educational and entertaining. And from here on, we're going to have some really, really, really knowledgeable and very good people. These are the people I learned from. So if you want my book and then some, and you got friends that want to really hear some good stuff on business first, Mark and Michael are not optometrists. They're my financial advisors. And then after that, Laurie Sorrenson, Mick Kling, Robert Layman, Amir Khoshnevis. I got a killer lineup coming up when it comes to optometry. So I'm really looking forward to the next 4.5 hours and sharing a lot of great information to help everybody with their practices coming up. I'm really proud of what we've put together here. So coming up, Mark Murphy, CEO of Sequoia Private Client Group and Northeast Private Client Group, best-selling author, Forbes columnist. I mean, he's an NFL PA licensed agent, so he's a licensed agent for several NFL football players. And Michael Wasik has been with him for several years as well. And he's, I said the other, I think in this video I say, he is not only the future, he is the now. So, and the last Knicks game we went together because Mark had to do something emergently with his college. He's on the board of something. He's on a lot of boards. So anyway, with all that, I don't want to delay them any further. Becca, play the Mark Murphy, Michael Wasik video.
Hello, everybody. Once again, thank you for being a part of my live stream, kind of launching my book, We're Not Selling, We're Winning. And actually, the person that first kind of suggested I should write a book, and also just one of my best friends, and I'll introduce, and I may be, guys, I'm going to introduce you more from a personal level. There's all sorts of accolades here. First of all, Michael Wasik is, I can never get all the words right. Sequoia Northeast Private Client Group. Is that Northeast Private Client Group? Is that correct?
Yeah,
There we
Northeast Private
go.
Client Group and Sequoia Private Client Group.
Okay. So, Michael, I can't know his official title, but I can just tell you that Michael is sort of working with Mark on, just my life and personal stuff. And not only is he just one of the sharpest guys I've ever met when it comes to financial things, he's just one of the best guys I've ever met. We had a great time at the Knicks game the other night.
Sure did.
And, yeah. And
little overtime action. Yeah.
Got extra basketball out of it. And, my friends were like, I had people in Key West, by the way, I got asked at least like 10 times, like, why are you a Knicks fan? Why are you such a, I'm down there with my Knicks hat and my Knicks golf shirt. And they're like, you're from Tennessee. Like, that makes no sense. Of course, I do have my picture with Allen Houston that I can show them as well. But I'm like, and to get back to introducing Mark, I said, well, one of my best friends out there, and we met over 15 years ago at a meeting and just hit it off. And he's been my advisor ever since. But, and I feel like I got to be also like poorest client, because some of the people you represent and work for, and Mark's written 3 books and he's a, #1 Forbes financial person and all this stuff. I'm like, how did I even get so blessed to even have to be a client, of you guys? But, Mark's a best-selling author. He's the CEO of Northeast Sequoia, a private client group. But just on top of that, just 2 great guys that I'm,
Well, thanks so much, Kurt.
That I would trust that I do trust basically with my financial life. And so, maybe Mark, you can talk a little bit about how you remember how we met and how you watched my practice grow over the years and what separates practices from those that, grow to, multi-million-dollar practices versus those that just kind of barely survive and plod along.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, same thing. I just couldn't say, I mean, they don't get any better than you, Kurt. I mean, one of the, highest integrity, finest individuals I know, and a guy who knows no right way to do the wrong thing. But I think when I met you, probably 15, maybe even closer to 20 years ago, you were a great doctor. You were a great artist. Meaning you were trained to be a wonderful optometrist. And what I've seen you put in the last 20 hours is, or 20 years rather, is at that time you were getting paid for what you do. You now get paid for what you know. And you went from the great doctor to the great entrepreneur and the great CEO. And then I think that also, then I started to see that when we were first getting together, you were getting paid. You would go work and you'd see a lot of patients and you'd pay your expenses and then you take the money home, and that's how you essentially live your life from, you going there and busting your ass in the practice. And what I see slowly over time has evolved is now you've got your money at work, so your money is working while you're sleeping. And I noticed that. And the second thing is your business now produces massive revenues even when you're not doing the do. And so those are the big things that I've seen is, so you've figured out how to go from let's call it the working class to the investor class.
Awesome. So first of all, number one, I should have literally put you as a co-author of this book, because so many of the things that I learned from you. And you're not
so kind.
But you have so many great pieces of advice and you've done so much for me over the years. But I want to bring this up because you brought up a great point. And so actually, becoming now a book author, I got to go to Amber Vilhauer's meeting, the summit. And of course, even though I've written a book, I was still sitting in the hot seat and you got to sit on the panel. And there's a reason for that. I don't know if you remember this. I was sitting there and you were there, and it was called the hot seat, where you get grilled by 10 to 12 top performing entrepreneurs like yourself, and you were easy on me, so thank you. But this one guy to my right, and this even changed the way I practice a little more. He said, "You actually have an okay business, but you got a great job." He said, "You've got a great business when you can disappear for a year and they grow." And I literally felt the hair stand up a little, because that's kind of what you said is a lot of doctors have a job and a business that runs them. And you've really got a great business when you don't even have to be there and it's producing for you.
But I'd say with that, like Kurt, is I think the essence of an entrepreneurship is entrepreneurs build teams. And I think you've built a team, going forward. And I think that, most people, as I said, every time you go to a room of business owners and you ask them in the room, you go, how many people in the room are entrepreneurs? All their hands go up. But almost all of them aren't really entrepreneurs. They bought themselves a job. And I think when we all first started, when I first started, when you first started, we bought ourselves a job. But you've turned yourself into an entrepreneur by building a team, building culture. You've also, though, done a couple of things. You've done protection first. You've set up your companies right. You've got the right protection, the right insurance, the right everything that's there. But you also have true liquidity, which you didn't have in the beginning, meaning you've got cash confidence or true liquidity. So when there is an opportunity to create wealth, you've got the liquidity to do that now. And if you had a bad quarter or a bad year, or you had a or some unexpected expenses, it doesn't affect how you run your day-to-day life because you've got the liquidity to go do that. And I think that people think, I would just say this is people think they're growing a business, and they're not growing a business, they're growing people. And what I've seen you do not only in your practice, but within the other practices you coach, is you've helped them just replicate what you've done so successfully.
Well, thank you. And once again, I learned all that from you. So, and by the way, I'll tell you what I always go back to this because this shows the type of person you are. Because how many financial advisors say, you should really invest in yourself first? Is when I first started doing this, I didn't send you a whole lot the first 2 or 3 years. And the reason you said was you need to get your business, like you actually said this much. You said, I don't have any investment that's better than yourself. Like invest in you. And you always said, make sure that you invest in your business and all that. And, I don't even know how to ask that, but do you, from where you sit, do you often mention that to clients? Like,
I've probably said for 35 years, every time I've spoken, I've said money market CDs, IRAs, 401ks, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, blah, blah, blah. Most of our clients have some or all those assets. Most of our clients will have some or all those assets all their life, but at best they're inflation adjusted holding tanks. If Bill Gates was on the live stream, he wouldn't say I'm worth $200 billion because of my 401k. And by the way, I think 401k is great. I'm just saying he wouldn't say that's how he's created his wealth. True wealth is created in one of 3 areas. It's investing in your business or some other operating company. It's investing in real estate. It's financing deals. And by the way, for those people watching the live stream, Kurt, that don't own a business, entrepreneurship is a mindset. It's not about owning a business. And so if you're the product, how do you invest in yourself? Do you get better training? Do you build a better network? Do you get more? Is it about leadership? I mean, there's lots of ways that people can invest in themselves so they can get the next job or make themselves more valuable.
Okay. That's excellent advice that you've given me. And let me ask you this. What's the most common financial mistake that you see small business owners and practice owners make?
I'd say the number one reason why businesses fail, people fail, or at the very least, they don't reach their full potential is because of cash confidence or true liquidity. They don't have enough liquidity to withstand the disruptions in the world.
Okay.
And I also think, it's also protection first. They need to put a moat around their castle as well. So I think those are the 2 things. I think it's a capitalization issue.
Okay. So just not having enough liquidity and not being cash confident. So Michael, by the way, and then Mike said yeah, I agree. We had such a great time in New York. I'm literally glad we got to do that and got to know each other much better. So it makes me feel really good that, not only is Mark know my person, but so are you. When you work closely with Mark, and so you've gotten to see quite a bit. When you look at a practice's financial picture, what are some of the warning signs that you see that, things maybe need to change or what can they improve upon?
Yeah, look, I think when we're first taking a look at most practices, you say it all the time, and I've heard you say it. Most practices don't struggle because the owner doctor is not talented or brilliant or amazing at what they do. They just don't always have the business acumen, right? No one's ever kind of coached them through what they need to be diagnosing when it comes to the business side and not just the medical stuff that they're doing each day, right? Diagnosis without examinations malpractice. We say it all the time. And so unless we dig in and actually take a closer look at what's going on under the hood, we can't really make any pivots or changes to improve. And so for me, when I'm first looking at a practice or working with someone, I'm looking at a few things. I'm thinking about profitability, I'm thinking about scale, and I'm thinking about efficiencies, right? And you do a wonderful job breaking down metrics. You've done it for many of your clients and the people you've worked with. But the idea is, first, we got to take a look at, is this thing profitable, right? Are we at a 25, 35% plus operating margin? Do we have really great revenue per exam? Are we seeing enough people, right? What are some of the things that are causing these numbers to be stagnant or decline or not grow in the way we want them to? And then from there, we have to identify why. Are we just not seeing enough people? Do we need to increase our presence in the community and get more people through the door? Are we just not converting and closing the opportunities that are at our door? And then more importantly, and I think we started to hint at this before, but financially, I think the biggest thing is this practice super dependent on the owner doctor, right? Is the owner doctor driving 80 or 90% or more of the revenue? And if that's the case, you don't really have much of a business, do you? Because you don't really have any freedom yourself. You can't really step away or do these things, right? And all of a sudden now you found yourself in a spot where you have some great associates working for you. And that's what's enabled you to scale and also find freedom to do this stuff, right? That we're doing now, which is share all this knowledge with so many people. And so to me, those are the types of things that I start to look at when we think about the financial side.
So I'm going to steal something from you. You said a very brilliant quote earlier, and I'm flat out stealing it, because we would never do this as doctors. Diagnosis without examination is malpractice. You would never diagnose a patient without not going into the exam room.
That's right.
Especially, and especially without even a case history, which a lot of doctors do. And I hope I make this make sense, but I wouldn't not even read one word on an exam form and go, well, that person has macular degeneration, without even hearing the chief complaint. For me, I'll tell you when I talk to potential clients, my biggest red flag is when I go, okay, well, first of all, I need to know what your cost of goods was last year. And they go, well, I'll get my accountant to get on that and I'll let you know in a couple of weeks. Red flag.
Huge.
If you don't know that number, or at minimum cannot find that number on your phone within 2 or 3 minutes, you're not running your practice. You're running on gut and emotion. You're not running on instinct. I can literally tell you, if you could ask me, Kurt, what did you spend on your computer expense in the year 2023? And I can pull out my phone and let you know in 5 minutes. And so for me, we are great doctors at diagnosing and examining, and yet we can't diagnose our businesses because we don't even know the what we're looking at. We don't examine. We just run year to year. And so, I guess that's a great point, is treat your business like a patient. Gather the data, read it, and if you can't read it, get somebody that can. Diagnose it, then examine first, then make your diagnosis, then come up with a treatment plan, instead of let's just see all the patients we can and throw it all in the air and hope we can catch some of it coming down.
There's Kurt, I think most people run their finances based on how much money's in the checkbook, which we're ultimately that's a really, really poor way to do it, because I think sometimes people get sloppier with expenses when business is good, and then they tighten their belts when there's not the money there. But sometimes both times that's the wrong thing to do.
100%. That's a great point. We get tight. Actually, sometimes not investing in your business when it's slow makes it worse. And then when you finally do get a little money, we have a tendency to just blow it. We should actually be setting money aside when we have it. Therefore, when times do get a little tight, you don't have to change the way you run your business. And I learned that from you. Brilliant point. Michael, in your perspective, you've heard Mark talk about liquidity and cash confidence and all that. What does that look like to a practice owner from a practical standpoint? What does that mean? Like how do you know you're cash confident? When have you achieved that?
Yeah, cash confidence kind of ties right into this idea of balance and equilibrium. I think cash confidence can mean a lot of things, both on the business side and the end goal, which is personal wealth and personal financial success too, right? And understanding that these two things need to tie together. And so it starts by making sure what we're doing with our business and our personal finances is in alignment with what's important to us. And then making sure the practice is producing enough cash flow to support multiple areas. And so, yes, do I think you need, I would say 2 to 3 months worth of your operating expenses in cash, of course, right? You should have those liquid funds available for when we got to weather a little bit of a storm. But above and beyond that, we need to make sure that when there's excess, that's being put into positions that are going to enable us to either reinvest in the practice or develop other streams of income outside of it that are going to produce a lot more freedom in the future. You know,
That's
and so
awesome.
and so to me, that's what it's about. It's about creating optionality, because you have cash confidence when you know that you can make decisions around whether to scale back clinically and let other people kind of drive this thing, whether you can reinvest in the practice, pursue other business ventures, do other things. That's where confidence and creativity and so many other things come into play.
I have no idea how much I'm enjoying this. It's good to hear this again. So, you know, because by the way, I did have a client that said he had a little bit of a cash flow problem. And I go to his practice, and he's actually a former classmate and a great friend. He'll probably watch this. And he had about 8 months expenses in a money market.
Mm.
And I was kind of like, why do you your cash flow, like you don't have a cash flow problem at all. Look at this. He goes, well, you never know. And I said, yeah, but you know, there are people that definitely don't have anything set aside. And yes, you need to have 2 to 3 months, but then you can over save. Is that, I hope I'm
Well,
saying.
I think we're confusing an emergency fund with cash confidence. You can never be
Right.
too rich, too thin, or have enough liquidity.
Right. Well, but this guy was hoarding. Like, I don't know. He could have been investing that, which by the way, he did. And he expanded his practice, added a doctor, and now he's doing much better. He didn't know if he could afford an associate, and he's got 8 months of money sitting in a money market account. And I'm like, you can afford this easily. And so he did. And by the way, they're doing great. So I think that's the financial part of the financial equilibrium is you should definitely have money set aside, but then there's also times you need to invest and grow your business or practice. And then sometimes that is when there's a little bit of a downturn. I think one of the worst things you can do in a small downturn is cut back, because you just made that downturn more severe. So, so Mark, you know, we're both numbers guys. I've kind of learned that from you too. I've learned a lot of the, you know, following the metrics from you. Talk about more about what I just said earlier. I want to expand on this. You know, most practice owners don't know their numbers. And, you know, so explain, you know, I guess go into that, and then, you know, why that cost you, you know, how that cost a practice owner to not know what their numbers are.
You know, and again, I'm not trying to pick on accountants. You know, I sort of said, you know, how people spend based on the checkbook. But I think I'm not trying to pick on accountants, but I think, you know, it's more picking on the doctors to say, you know, do you get financial statements from your accountant? And then the question I have is, other than being up 6% for the year or down 6% for the year, do you go to the office the next day and change? Does that affect how you run your business? And are you doing it just based on feel of what you think's happening, or which sometimes, you know, sometimes your gut feeling of what's happening is not reflected in the numbers. And I think the idea is that, you know, I'm not saying you should be obsessed with numbers, but I think that you should have a team, you know, a bookkeeper, an accountant, a CFO, somebody in place where at least on a monthly basis, if you're not the person handling your books, which probably you shouldn't be in most cases, that you've got your handle on every dime that comes in there and every dime that goes out, because nobody's going to watch your money or look at that business like you do.
Right.
And you know, I think that, you know, I said before, you know, people don't think they want to grow a business, but you don't really grow a business, you grow people. And I think everyone would agree who's watching this, Kurt, that you're not going to have an extraordinary business if you have mediocre people on your team. Well, how are you going to create an extraordinary business if the people advising you, your financial advisor, your accountant, your lawyer, your consultant, your everything, are mediocre? You need extraordinary people around you. What I always say to my kids: get around something smarter and better than you, and let it hit you.
I'm glad that you brought this up, because I'm going to take this in a little different direction than I planned. Because I'll tell you, one of the biggest surprises in hearing you and Mike both speak is you expect the financial part of it, and you expect the, you know, the metrics part, and that, you know, you guys, is what you do for a living. But the biggest surprise, and you've actually spoke at 2 or 3 retreats for me. By the way, whenever Mark or Michael has spoken at one of my retreats, you know, a lot of the people don't know you because you're not optometrists, but you get the highest marks when it's over. when the meeting's over. People learn more from you two than anybody else. And you actually gotten several clients from meetings you've gone to with me because they were so impressed with you. I think the biggest surprise people get when they talk to both of you is how good you are at talking about building a winning team. It has nothing to do with the financial part. Both of you are excellent. You know, Mark, the one thing that sticks out in my mind, you talked about, you know, the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year mark. You want how you expect somebody to progress where they're an expert and they can teach somebody else and then they can do this. Both of y'all just maybe, and we'll start with you, Mike, and then end with Mark, and then we'll close. Is Mike, talk about what you know about team building and just some of the things that you tell other doctors when it talks about not having a mediocre team.
Yeah, look, I think that some people are really good at one or the other. They're really good at being the social guy, the culture guy, and some people are really good with the numbers. Not a lot of people thrive at being able to find a balance or do both. And I think that's honestly, Kurt, what's made you really successful is you've kind of come to love the numbers side of it, but you've built a team and a culture by, you know, making hires at the Waffle House and just identifying really good people, right? Those are the kinds of things that I think.
Patty's in my book. I got her permission. Yeah, I hired her for eating an omelet. Very true.
You know, those are the kind of things that make you special and make an organization like yours really special. I think culture is what creates really good momentum. When you work with really good people, everyone's got those days where they don't like their job, but the culture keeps people around, and the culture creates the momentum. It's kind of the engine that drives the business. But then the financial side of it, the metrics are what allow us to assess if we're kind of like on the right course. It's sort of like what drives it versus what the metrics steer, but the culture drives it.
That's a great quote because,
and yeah,
I don't want to stop you, but then also
no.
You know, kind of like there's an episode of Seinfeld where Costanza always leaves on a high note. All right, everybody.
Hey, no,
So I think that's brilliant.
I love it.
The order of my book is there for a reason. Part one is the team building, because you can have the best metrics on earth, but if you've got a mediocre team, there's not a metric that'll
not
save
going anywhere. No.
So yes, this is beautiful. I'm stealing two from you now. The diagnosis without examination is malpractice. That's Michael. That's a Wasicism. A Wasicism. There's all kinds of Mikes out there. Wasicism number one. So I'm going to patent that. You're not stealing Wasicism from me. Diagnosis without exclusion is malpractice. That's brilliant. And then, yeah, the team is the engine that drives it, and then the metrics steer it. So the team's the engine, and the metrics are the steering wheel.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant. You've got to have a great team, or there's not a metric that'll save you. And that's the reason my book goes team first. You got to start with the culture and the team. And another thing I would say is, and this may not be an incredibly popular statement, but when you're the doctor owner, you can't have a bad day. It's not allowed.
Sort of set the standard.
I don't care. You can sit in your car in the parking lot and cry tears, but when you come in the back door, it's game time. My office manager, Molly, said the other day, if the doctor doesn't want to be here, then we don't either. So
I know. It couldn't be more true. And, you know, I think the words just ring true. And ultimately all of this, hopefully, when people start to bring intentionality to the stuff that they're doing with their practice or the metrics they're measuring, Mark says it all the time. So this is a Murphyism, but what you measure, the more you measure, the better it gets, right? So the more that you bring awareness to the things that we're doing here, the more that they improve in the long run. And so that's how all these things start to blend together.
So probably a lot of Wasicisms are generated from Murphyisms.
They're combo meal. Yeah.
I think what we all have, Kurt, what you have and what Mike has, what I have is we have the best research in the world. It's called our clients. So I think all this that we're learning and teaching and learning is just as a result of being out there trying to help as many people as we can.
So, Mark, maybe you talk a minute or two about some of the pearls you have on building a team, because you've said some of the best stuff on that I've ever heard.
I don't want to. I mean, we could go on and on with that, but I'd rather, you know, if we only have a couple of minutes left, I'd rather close on, you know, about this book that you've come out with, because I think that's what we're here to talk about today.
You know, but part of my whole book though is, you know, it isn't about me. This book for me is much bigger than me. It's about helping independent private optometrists grow their practices so my profession stays strong. So I want this live stream to be educational and entertaining. And if people happen to go buy my book, so be it. So
Yeah, but I
And
would say this, to me, it's the culmination of the following. You make a difference in the lives of all the people you touch. I'm talking about your patients, your team, your doctors, your clients, your family, your community. And I think one of the things that why you and Michael and I get along so well is I think we all want to do three things every day. We want to help as many people as we can. We want to create as much wealth and abundance in the world as possible. And we just want to have fun every day working with really high integrity, good people. And I just say this book is although it's earmarked for the doctors, it's always the unintended consequence. You can help other doctors have the success that you've had. It not only helps their patients, it helps their team members, it helps their family, it helps their community, it helps everything because you've created the abundance in the world. So even though it's geared to that group, I think the book A is universal, but B, it helps a lot more than just the optometrists.
Well, thank you. So I'm going to end with just two last little points I want Mark to make. But this book is a culmination of stuff I've learned from you guys. So, it's why I'm bringing on people that I've learned so much from. So for the optometrist that's watching, who's never really had a financial strategy outside, just see as many people as I can and make as much money as I can. What's step one to getting to cash confidence, and what's the first step?
I think generally we've always kept it really simple, is that you really want to, find out how people think about their, it's not like the thing I think it's so disturbing about financial advisors, consultants, some of the stuff you do, accountants, attorneys, is they seem to be like a hammer looking for a nail. And I think the idea is that what you want people to do is you want them to, in fact, this is the title of the next book I have coming out next year. It's called How to Create Multi-Generational Wealth and a Life by Design.
Oh, great.
And that'll be the fourth book. Hopefully it'll be another bestseller. I'm just finishing it with the senior editor of Sports Illustrated. Ryan Phillips is my co-writer on it. And the interesting thing is that the great thing about it is for optometrists that are out there, unlike I'm an NFL registered player financial advisor, so I have some clients there that never get to the second contract. They have an average career of, 3.5 years. And you don't get to the really good money until at least the second contract, if you even then. And so the idea is optometrists have 20-year careers, 30-year careers, 40-year careers, sometimes even 50-year careers. There is no excuse with the technology and the skill and the information out there for every optometrist not only to create multi-generational wealth and a life by design, but it's a crime if they don't, because it is out there. They have those long-term careers, and every one of those doctors should be a multi-deca millionaire.
Awesome. All right. We're at the 30-minute mark. So I wanted, first of all, Michael, thank you for your friendship. And I look forward to working with you for the rest of my life, because I know you're much younger than I am. And Mark, you've been a mentor, one of my best friends. And, I'm a big Knicks fan because of you. And let's end it with this way. So, we're not selling, we're winning. Kind of what does that title mean to you? And because you're the one that really said you should really look, go to Amber Vilhauer and write this book. What does it mean to you to see this book come to life?
Well, first of all, I think that nobody wants to be sold anything, and everybody wants to win.
Yes.
And I think that success and winning is a choice. And what I say is that everybody has the will to win, but very few people have the will to prepare. And I think what the book does is it helps people to figure out what they have to do to have the success that you've had and many of your clients have had. And it's about, because everybody wants to win, but very few prepare. And I think if they take some of the steps that you put in that book, they're going to have the success in life that they want and they deserve.
Mark Murphy, best-selling author, #1 Forbes financial advisor, about to be a 4-time bestseller. I don't see any reason why not. Michael Wasik, definitely a future star, if not already a star. He's not just a future.
He's a
now.
star.
Yeah. Guys, I love you guys and appreciate everything you do for me. And thanks for coming on.
I appreciate so much. Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks for including us, Kurt. We're honored to be part of this. Thank you for your friendship and your support all these years, and we love you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
I'm very happy with my financial advisor. I took more notes as I watched. It's those two guys. That was just gold for me, and I hope it was gold for everybody watching. And I want to kind of run through that over the next 10 minutes before we get to Laurie Sorrenson and Mick Kling. You're not going to get anywhere without a mediocre. If you have a mediocre team. And we have an awesome team in the Newport office. We have an awesome team in the Greenville office. But we'll kind of allude back to something Coach Fulmer said last night, that you also got to have a really good quarterback that everybody respects and trusts. And I did not really build the team in Newport. Molly did. But I recognized Molly, and I made her my quarterback. And so Molly's a great quarterback, and she's put together a great team, much like Gloria and Dr. Taylor have put together a great team in Greenville. And another one, the more you measure, the better you get. Before, outside of building new offices, every time we've built a new office, we've really grown. That was great growth spurts. I'm thinking of things that I did that really grew our practice. Joining Vision Source, having access to thousands of really smart doctors that we share ideas and help each other out. That's another one. But I'd say the first, when I think of watershed moments and growing a practice from a very low six-figure practice to a multi-million-dollar practice, the first thing we did was we measured. And we didn't guess at it. We didn't run on gut instinct and emotion. We ran on what the numbers said, and we improved what the numbers said we needed to improve. And Mark said it, it seems like the more you measure, the better you get. And that kind of ties into what he said there at the end, that a lot of people want to win, but few people prepare to win. I would maybe change that a little, is that everybody wants to win, but few people are willing to number one, take the time to measure themselves. And then two, take a long, hard look at the numbers and admit what you're doing right and admit what you're doing wrong. And, I had a client today. When I came into her practice, she said, I think we could do better in optical. And actually her revenue per exam was really high, but she had only about a half full schedule. And so, she was making a diagnosis without examination. And I just think that's a brilliant quote that Michael Wasick said there earlier. Diagnosis without examination is malpractice. That quote kind of blew me away, because, I said it in the talk, and, we wouldn't not look at a patient and diagnose them, but yet we do it all the time with our businesses. We make diagnoses based off what we feel and what we think is going on. And it is amazing in the 13 or 14 on-site visits I've done, where somebody says, here's what I think we should work on. This is what I believe we're struggling with. And actually what they're struggling with is completely different than what they thought. So I love diagnosis without examination is malpractice. That is the same with your businesses. And, another thing that ties into too is, and Dr. Taylor said this last night very wisely, is having a healthy practice helps you take better care of your patients. It's hard to be a great doctor when you're sitting there wondering if you're going to be able to meet payroll. So having a healthy practice leads to healthier patients. And I think that's a very smart thing as well. So, in our practice, every decision we make is based on numbers, and we use the data, and we get the numbers, we make the diagnosis, and then we come up with the treatment plan. But, going back to the team thing, I loved another quote from Michael of Wasickism. I don't know if he's watching tonight, but Wasickism: diagnosis without examination is malpractice, and people are the engine, metrics are the steering wheel. Without the engine, you're not going anywhere. So you got the team is first. That's why the team is the first part of my book. But once you get that team in place, you can't not have a steering wheel. And I think that's a great analogy for a lot of the practices I see. They got this great engine, and they got this car that can go really fast, but they're not steering it. And that's when you can have a bad accident or a wreck or whatever you want to call it, because you're not controlling it. You're not steering it. Another great things that Mark said at the end is, and I like having a healthy practice allows you to be a better doctor. And I always tell doctors this at the end of all my lectures. I play a Steve Harvey video about attitude. And when you're an owner doctor, you touch the lives of your patients, you touch the lives of your people in your community. But I think maybe even a little more importantly, we touch the lives of the people we work with every day. And just don't ever underestimate your influence on your patients, your community, and your team. Because, how they feel coming home from work affects how they, interact with their spouses and their kids and their parents. And so, so this book has a lot to do with that team building and also the metrics. And, Mark said that my book's universal, and I appreciate him saying that. So I guess here we go. I'll do a little plug on the book. I'm actually really proud of the book in that there are a lot. I mean, I don't know if you would find the second part interesting. It's mainly about the metrics of an optometric office. But hey, if you ever wanted to know what a budget looks like in an optometric office, go ahead. But I still think even that part's kind of universal because a lot of our expenses are the same as everybody else. You have cost of goods sold, which is what you buy and then you turn around and sell. You have your staff salaries and expenses. You have your overhead. In our office, you have in optometry, you have patient care and equipment, but a lot of people put that under overhead. So really your big three are your cost of goods, staff, and overhead. You have occupancy, you have advertising, and then you have net. So really, even though the metrics part of the book is geared towards an optometry office, it's still it's the same expenses. It's just maybe different percentages. So, even the part two that when I thought, not good for a non-optometric business. Actually, yes, it could be. And then part three of the book is, gaining credibility with your customer, your patient, whatever you want to call it. So, I'm going to agree with Mark. Even if you're not an optometrist, take a look at my book. I really think it's universal. And Dr. Fritsch, hello. Amber Fritsch out of the Middle Tennessee, Nashville area. Somehow that's the first quote I've actually gotten all the way through to the StreamYard. So, hey, listen, if you have any questions, post them wherever you're at. My wife's watching. My chief marketing officer, Becca Fason's watching. I'd be glad to answer a few. One other thing before I want to get to Laurie and Mick is Mark said winning is a choice. My favorite quote of all time, my wife's heard me say this 1,000 times, Sasha. And so, Sasha, you're about to hear it for the 1,001st. Life is 90% what happens and 10% how you respond. No, pardon me. I said that backwards. Life is 10% what happens and 90% how you respond. I think winning is a choice. I think your attitude's a choice. I think your culture is a choice. You get to decide every day what you want to make of your day. And I just always try to remember I've got this great team that I want to be happy. And I make the choice every day of being a very optimistic, happy, and genuine person. And my mom's watching. I learned that from her. So anyway, so very proud of the book, and it talks about a lot of that stuff. And check it out. Coming up in 3 minutes, anybody that knows me, especially in Newport, in my Newport practice, and they will vouch for this, I wish I had $100 for every time I said, "What would Laurie do?" Dr. Laurie Sorrenson is my go-to. You ask me who I just think is just everything she says is right. That's her. I've learned so much from her. I should have just put her name and Mick Kling's name on the book, because way over half of the stuff I use and learn, Mick Kling and Laurie Sorrenson, it came from one of them. They are, but not only are they wonderful people and intelligent people, they are, and we're going to talk about this with Amir afterwards, having a community, and we're all, they're in Vision Source as well as I do, is they're so giving. Laurie has never charged me she's going to be on here tonight for 45 minutes, and so is Mick, and they just did it because they love optometry and they love helping people be successful. And they are better people than they are lecturers and speakers. And when I say that, that is a very, very, very high bar in both directions. They are just wonderful people, and they really, truly know their stuff. So if you're an optometrist with a private practice, focus for the next 40 to 45 minutes, because you're about to get some great information. And with that, Becca, cue up the Laurie and Mick Kling video.
So there's no way I could have a live stream about my new book without bringing on the two people that I have learned the most from in my career by far. It's not even close, as a matter of fact. So, before I even start the introduction, I want to thank both of you for all you've done for independent optometry and the passion you have for helping private practices. So, for example, anybody I have helped with information I've learned from you two. So imagine how that tree branches, how many people you have helped along the way. So just thank you for that. Dr. Laurie Sorrenson is the editor of Review of Optometric Business, and she has also helped a lot of private practices in many roles with Vision Source. She's also a past president of the Texas Optometric Association. And here's another little soapbox I have. So, there are people that will probably watch this that are in organized optometry, and there's people that aren't. And there may even be some people on here that complain about some of the things that we have done through organized optometry. Being a Tennessee or Texas president is not a moneymaker, and being a volunteer in organized optometry is not a moneymaker. Matter of fact, when my senior partner, Dr. Jeff Foster, and I used to go to Nashville, which he would be on the Mount Rushmore of Tennessee optometry politically, we would agree to not pay ourselves on weeks we went to Nashville because we knew our revenue would be down a little bit, and we were much smaller at the time. We would actually not pay ourselves so we could go advocate for optometry. So, and you're also now the current PAC chair, Laurie, for Texas optometry, and that takes up a lot of time, and that's time you could be seeing patients, times you could be spending with your family. So, whether you're in organized optometry or not, or whatever, you should really applaud people that do that, because a lot of, everything that's been accomplished in optometry has been under the flag of either the AOA or the state association below it. So without those associations, we would not be a profession. So, Laurie, I wanted to thank you for that. And I want to also just thank you for all you've taught me. And I want to thank you for being on today. Dr. Mick Kling, CEO, chair, and probably everything else of Impact Leadership. Got a website, impactod.com. Mick, but you've put that to the side. Speaking of being selfless, Mick, you've put that to the side to help provide direction to thousands of practices through Vision Source, and help provide direction to all of our practices through your role as a senior director of professional development. In addition to that, though, you're spending a lot of time with practice transitions. And I will tell you that a big part of my book, which is right over my right shoulder, I can't remember which way I'm mirrored. There we go, that one. That is the passion behind my book and my coaching and consulting company is, this is a hard number to come up with, but I've AI'd it, and I think I'm pretty close when I say this. When I started doing this 30 years ago, if you went into an eye clinic and there was an optometrist there was about a 70 to 75% chance that it was optometry owned. I would say that today that number is closer to about 40. So, and to me, the less we own our practices, the more at risk we are as a profession. As a matter of fact, right now, I looked this up. Of the 11 officers of the AOA, 6 of them are either in an equity-owned practice or an ophthalmology-owned practice.
Wow.
Now, I'm not saying that optometrists that are in those situations can't help us. Obviously they do, because as I mentioned earlier, anybody that's in that leadership of organized optometry has done a lot for optometry. But I think the fact that 6 of 11 of our AOA officers don't own their practices is very indicative of where we are as a profession. And what that also means is, well, the ones that are in ophthalmology clinics, basically the people they work with are against a lot of what we're for. And that's got to be a little awkward. And if they're in an equity situation, their whole life can change with the one stroke of a pen. So, when more than half or even our leadership does not own their practices, that's just a little concerning to me. Kind of a cool thing, out of the 5 private practice doctors that are AOA officers, and we're all in this group, 4 of them are Vision Source. And I don't think that's an accident as well. Actually, that's actually current information. So, but before we go on, I just want to thank both of you for all that you've meant for me. And there's no way I was going to do this live stream without the two of you, because you could have written this book probably much better than I did, because I learned everything from you. I probably haven't learned everything that you guys know, but I've learned a lot of it, and I've been blessed to have both of you as friends and colleagues and mentors. So with that, I'll go to you, Dr. Sorensen, let you kind of kick things off.
Well, I always, when you say things like that, you already were successful when I met you. You were already doing a good job. But I think that you have such an open heart and an open mind to ideas, and you have this strong desire to help your patients and your staff and your doctors and now your colleagues and all that. I think that you can take what somebody else says and turn it into your own and do even better. And that's not true of most people.
Well, thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Laurie. Mick.
Yeah, I just would like to mirror that. And I'll tell you, Kurt, for me, probably one of the most fun things with you is watching you evolve over the last couple of years. And I remember almost distinctly when these ideas started to percolate in your head. And I know what I loved about it is I know exactly what you were feeling. And there's a moment in our career where we get to a point where we're financially secure and we're confident in what we do, and something bigger sort of sets in with us, whether it be God or the universe, but there's something that changes our purpose. And suddenly what becomes most important to us is not being in the exam room trying to sell another pair of glasses, but it's about taking the collective wisdom and knowledge that you've gained over all of your experiences. And you gave Laurie and I a lot of credit we don't deserve, but thank you for that. But taking all this knowledge and feeling the desire to want to pass it along. And I remember getting those feelings myself. I remember exactly where I was and the phone call I had with a dear friend of ours that we know, and that light switch got turned on, and suddenly that becomes just the driver of what it is that you're trying to deliver. And so I've watched you evolve, and the thing that's so impressive is you took this spark of an idea and you've now developed a company, and you're consulting, and you're holding these retreats, and you're writing books. And I mean, it's just been great to see that evolution and play maybe a small part in some of the knowledge. But you did what Laurie and I did, which is surround ourselves with people that we trusted and that had insights and knowledge that we wanted to learn from. And then now you're passing that downstream. So it's really super fun to watch.
Well, thank you. I will tell you though that if I did not know you two, I would not be sitting here right now. Number one, Laurie, what I learned from you is details and systems. From the outside looking in to me, and this is what I've tried to achieve here, is your practice can almost run itself. You have the checklist, you have the all the systems are in place. Almost every list I've got in this office I stole from you. So and then Mick, basically I wanted to be you. I looked at your website a few years ago, and
The beard, is it the beard?
listen, if I grew a beard, because I did it on some of these snow days, it would be gray. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, I always looked up to you so much. I thought I would like to do that. As a matter of fact, you probably remember this. I had a conversation with you about it. Hey, how did you do it? How did you get started? And that was very key.
Yep.
So, and you know what? And you've already kind of answered the first question I was going to ask you is what drew you into coaching, and was there a moment you knew this was your calling? You said you remember that moment. What was that, and what was that calling?
Yeah. So I was in a study group, mastermind group, whatever you want to call them, with some about 8 other colleagues, and we were getting together twice a year, and we would find a location. We'd all come together and lock ourselves in a room for a couple of days and just really work at solving each other's problems. And I think that became one of the most impactful drivers for me and my practice and being successful, because it was unusual for us to leave that weekend without solving a large number of the problems that we were all facing. And so out of that group became this knowledge base that we felt like we had something that was worth sharing. And so we decided to put on a continuing education event around practice management. And I was asked by our good friend Mike Rothschild to do a very small little presentation. And I can't even tell you, Kurt, to be honest with you, what I even talked about. But whatever it was, it sparked in me something greater, which was the feeling I got to be able to deliver something to the audience was really something I had never experienced. And I was flying back to San Diego. We were in Atlanta, and I was flying back to San Diego, and Mike called me when I was at the airport, and he said, "Hey, listen, man, I saw something in you. Like, I saw you light up like I haven't seen you light up ever before." And so I went back and told my wife and got teary-eyed and said, "Man, I don't know what's going on with me, honestly. Like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what all this means, but I feel like I need to be doing something different." And literally, Kurt, just almost immediately after that, some amazing doors started to open up for me with Vision Source, and created a pathway for me to start to actually put some of the things I've learned into a consumable format that I could actually take to our colleagues and say, "This is what I've learned." And it started with me just sharing with a group of San Diego young practitioners some very basic business acumen skills, like what's a profit and loss statement, and what's a budget, and what's a balance sheet. And all that just really opened up the doors to really where I am now, where I get to spend a lot of wonderful time with Laurie doing some amazing education through the Vision Source ecosystem. So that's really kind of how the journey unfolded for me.
So, Laurie, actually, I'd really just like you to answer sort of the same question. What kind of drives you to want to do so much to help independent optometry? And was there a magic moment for you that made you decide that this was the path you were going to go on?
I think mine was probably more gradual. I had a few different things. I know that back, oh man, I won't even tell you how many years ago, I was picked to be the Benedict Professor of Practice Management at the University of Houston. I had been in private practice for 4 years. So 4 years. And part of that is I had to do a full day of lectures. Well, guess what? I had never done a lecture before. I'd done one to students at that point, but I had almost no experience. So I had to really I spent ridiculous, because, I kind of a little over prepare in that situation. And so I really enjoyed it, but I also felt like I was a fraud. Because I had a 4-year-old practice and it wasn't, I think I'd hit 1 million by then. So back then that was pretty good size practice and all that. But it was, I just decided I needed to grow bigger and better. And part of that whole journey started making me feel like I wanted to help more people. And I was able to do that through TOA, and I started lecturing and doing stuff like that. But I will tell you, my biggest click, I think, happened during COVID. I mean, I was already doing stuff with Mick, and we were helping people, and I was helping people. But the way I was able to help people through COVID with Mick, with the Vision Source doctors, but also with all the Texas doctors, and helping them navigate through COVID and how to handle it business wise, and all the governmental stuff made me go, "Oh, this is kind of what I'm meant to do, is this kind of stuff." And so all of that's just kind of come together, and and it also made me realize that it really wasn't teaching students that was my number one passion. It was actually helping practitioners who were struggling with their practice, especially newer practices, and how to grow and take their practices to the next level. That's where my real passion is, for sure.
I had somebody even this week in my last meeting specifically mention, oh gosh, who was it? I can remember the moment. That you guys were key through COVID. Like that, it is still talked about how much you two helped us through COVID. It is still a topic of conversation to this day. So you guys' impact on that was great. 30 seconds for me, and oddly enough, this is somebody you guys know, because this person is now a Vision Source administrator. But many years ago, I was out of practice, and it was a Friday afternoon, and when the day was over, this person came to me after the lunch. I was doing the travel thing for Alcon at the time. And this person said, "You don't owe me, but I'm about to close my doors, I think. I am struggling. I am working all these hours. I'm very frustrated. And I heard you kind of know what you're talking about. Would you stay this afternoon? I'll pay for your flight change." And I said, "Sure." Well, this person now has been on the cover of a couple of magazines, which I've never been on the cover of a magazine. And is a Vision Source administrator, has a great practice, and to this day, this person will cry a little bit when they see me and hug my neck and say, that day. And so that was my moment. That out of everything, whatever plaques and stuff I've got hanging up, I would trade them all for that one moment.
That's a big moment.
And so that's sort of where I'm coming from. So,
Kurt, I wanted to just make one comment about something that Laurie said that I think is really important for people to sort of keep in mind. And she made this comment about feeling a bit like an imposter. And I think that is such a normal emotion that everybody goes through. And one of the things that I've learned is that we all are experts at our own knowledge, right? There's nobody that knows more than you about your own knowledge. And so I think that it's important for people to remember that everybody has something to share of value. And not everybody wants to share it, is comfortable sharing it. But I hate to think about the fact that somebody would be withholding maybe some critical information because they feel like they're not worthy, they're not smart enough, they don't have enough experience, whatever the case may be. So whoever's listening to this, I mean, I just would want to reinforce the fact that everybody has something to offer. And I had 2 calls with Vision Source members yesterday, and they're both younger practitioners and having some cash flow challenges like small baby practices do. And I just walk away from those calls learning something from them every time I have those experiences. And so everybody has something to give. And I think the more of us that feel comfortable stepping out there and sharing that, collectively the community benefits as a whole.
I agree. I've done 11 on-site consultations already, really without hardly advertising it. And I've gotten at least 22 ideas.
Oh, for sure.
From those that I brought back to my practice. And I didn't say this earlier, Mick, actually one of the big things I learned from you and this is literally at least a third, if not a half of my book, is to make decisions, to make crucial, important decisions correctly. You have to know your numbers. You have to follow the metrics. If you're not running your practice by the numbers, you're running on gut and emotion, and that's not a long-term for success. And I learned that I could have literally named the whole part 2 of my book stuff I learned from Mick. It's called metrics, but I could have learned it stuff I learned from Mick, because that whole part of the book is you. So you feel a little bit like an imposter when you're like us, because the 3 of us have our strengths and weaknesses, just like everybody else. Then I interview one of these practices and I say, well, what was your cost of goods last year? And it takes them 3 weeks to get me the answer. And I'm like, if you can't find that answer in 2 minutes, you're already in trouble. Like, I could tell you, my second quarter spend on frames in 2023 in 5 minutes with a phone. So, you got to know your metrics, to run your practice. And if you don't know your metrics, then you're just guessing. So that's a big thing I learned from you. Even though you feel like an imposter when you see these other practices, that's what made me want to write the book. I thought, man, some of the stuff I'm kind of weak on, it blows my mind that people don't know their numbers. They just don't know them. They're just kind of guessing.
You're right. And that, when we operate out of emotion, it really does set us up for making bad choices and bad decisions. And so grounding your business, and I know Laurie does this immensely, but grounding your business in the facts and the data really removes a lot of the emotion, because you might feel like things are one way, but then you look at the data, it's like, oh, that's just a feeling. That is not correct. But one thing I wanted to say, Kurt, years ago, I had the responsibility of leading the business education for Vision Expo. And you came on as one of the business speakers. And I remember sitting in one of your courses, and it was about, you were sharing how you built your building. I think it's a 10,000 square foot building. And you were talking about the number of parking spaces that you need. And it takes a very analytical mind to be able to take an experience like I built a building, but then take that knowledge that you gain from it and actually put it in a practical format that you could share with an audience, so that somebody could say, listen, I'm thinking about building a building. I don't even know that I had to even think about how many parking spaces that I had. So
Right.
I just want to commend you on the way you're able to analyze your experience and put it in a book or put it in a lecture or a weekend event. I think that's a real talent and a skill set that you have.
Well, thank you. And it came from a mistake. I had to build twice in the last 15 years. The first time was a nice building and ran out of parking within 3 years. So here's the long story short, you need 15 parking spaces per doctor. There's the very fast version of one chapter.
There you go.
Perfect.
That's a great. Ooh, that sounds like a good article to me.
He actually will tell you this. Claudio Lagunas was about to buy a building, and he took me to see it. And I walked outside and I said, "Where's the parking?" And he said, "Oh, across the street and over here." I said, "Don't do it. You're, and especially in a busy place like here, where you can't, you're asking people to cross a busy highway, and I don't think he ever. And I'm pretty sure he didn't buy it. So, parking's key. But
Hey, Kurt,
yes,
can I give you an example of what you guys were just talking about, like running your business by emotion instead of metrics? So it happened in my office yesterday. So one of my employees was all very upset because she'd had a patient who was upset because they couldn't get their rebate because they waited more than 90 days from when they bought the contacts. Okay. So it's on the rebate, the whole enchilada, but we're using a new program. So of course it's new. So we're looking for fault. And I said, she had an idea. I said, that's a good idea. How many times has this happened since we started using the new program? We started in the early summer. And she said, I think it's as much as 5. We have probably done 20,000 orders.
right.
It's not a major problem, but I wanted to put it in perspective. Yes, we can do something, we can bold it, we can do this, but we don't change a whole system for less than 1% of the time. So that's one of the things I see when I go into practices, and you've probably seen it because you've been into so many practices where people make systems changes based on a 1% or less problem. And that's not you tweak something, but you don't change a system based on that.
This is a very, very simplification. This is in my book, but there's 20% of people that you love dearly and they will do anything you say, and they're fantastic and they're your favorite patients. They bring you food. Then there's another 20% that's you see their name on the schedule and you go, oh crap, blah, blah's coming in today. And then there's 60% that are in the middle. It's kind of a 20-60-20. And we tend to, set systems in place on that 20% to the right on the bell curve that give us all our problems. 100%. We should probably be saying what is making these 20% of people love us. Matter of fact, part of my on-site thing is we spend the first day going over what we do well, and let's make sure we maximize that.
Yep.
Matter of fact, that's in another video. You'll see that she said, you actually came in and worked on our strengths first.
Yeah.
Before you ever went to our weaknesses. So, speaking of that, and I'll start with you, Laurie, what is the most common blind spot you see practice owners have these days?
Well, that's one of them, honestly, is knee-jerk reactions to a problem. I'd say that's if that's not number one, it's probably number 2. And then I think the second one I see is looking for perfection instead of good enough before you make a decision. And so indecisiveness will kill a business immediately. And I think if you can get into the mindset of, well, I've got enough information to try it, I'll fix it, I can tweak it after I get it, or stop doing it. I mean, we have, invested in all kinds of different things because we kind of look at ourselves as like the laboratory for other doctors, so we can find what's great. So I can tell everybody, hey, do this because it's great. Or I try not so much, don't do this, but I say that too, but a little quieter. So I think those would be my 2 biggest. Mick will probably say cash flow and spending too much money. That's going to be my guess.
Well, and I'm going to add what you say, and Mick, this will tie into me. What you're going to say is, not only do I gather the data before I make a decision, I also try to project what's going to happen afterwards and have a plan to, okay, if we do this, then we have to do this to make it work. Here's how the cash flow works.
But don't spend 6 months deciding how it looks before you actually pull the trigger. Yes.
Yeah, and as far as the cash flow piece, that is a problem. And then one of the main reasons, 2 things. One is, as you said, a lot of practitioners don't know their numbers. and two, we take on too much debt because we love instrumentation. But I had a more philosophical answer, and that is, I find it's not that we don't know what to do so much as we know what to do and we just don't do it. And Laurie, on our
Implementation.
courses that Laurie and I give together, she always ends with challenging the audience. What is the one thing that you're going to do? What is the one thing you're going to go back and do? Because human nature is to go back and do nothing. And that nothingness is what leads to lack of results.
Mhm.
So I wish I could have $100 for every time I've used the words, what are you going to whole ass?
The whole ass one thing, never half-ass two things.
Don't half-ass two things, whole ass one thing. Mick, I'll stick with you. What do you think separates speaking of implementation and getting it done, what separates the practices that transform versus the ones that stay stuck? And then I'll ask the same question of Laurie.
So the only difference between a highly successful optometry practice and an optometry practice that struggles is the optometrist.
Completely agree.
That's the only difference. That's the only. Some will get on a phone, and they'll say, "Oh, the profession is down. I can't make a living with managed care. I can't keep my staff." At the root of all of that is the OD. I'm 1,000% convinced of that, because I literally have had phone calls with two ODs in the same town. One is thriving and one is struggling, and the only difference is their mindset.
Yep.
To me, that is the main issue that holds ODs back, is their own mindset. Sometimes some ODs have a hard time getting out of their own way.
I cannot agree more. Laurie, I'll let you expand on that. Or
I think I just wrote an article about it, honestly, and didn't say it exactly like this in the article, but it was about handling staff, because everybody says, if you ask almost every OD owner, they're going to tell you the thing they hate the most and what they're worst at is handling staff. And I talked about having a mindset. And if you have a negative mindset about optometry, your business, your patients, you're very unlikely to be successful. And I think that's another attribute you have, Kurt. You're such a positive, you walk in the room and your positive energy just fills the space, right? Like you're like,
well, thank
pushes
you.
out all the negative energy. And I think people who have that kind of positive attitude, mindset, just do better. And if you just sit there, I've done a lot of consults just in this last 6 months with doctors, and the ones that have, well, the parking isn't good, my center isn't great, all this kind of stuff. Like, well, one, you can fix that stuff, but two, that's not the whole story. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anybody in here, right? Like, so it's
Right.
I 100% think Mick is right, and I think that whole positive versus negative mindset goes along with what I talked about a while ago, which is being decisive. It's much easier to be decisive if you have a positive mindset.
Mhm.
If you have a negative mindset, it's really easy to not be decisive, right? Because everything's going to go wrong.
Well, I used to be indecisive, but now I'm not so sure. Okay, sorry. That's a terrible joke.
Very good.
That was a terrible dad joke.
But this is a good segue. Actually, I'm going to admit to you two the dumbest thing I've ever said. This is actually in the book. A few years ago, my optical manager came to me, and we have this thing called Fun Friday. 3 or 4 times a year, we completely close, and we train and we go do something fun together. And we skipped a Fun Friday. I can't remember what for. She came to me and said, our morale's down a little because we missed Fun Friday. And my response was, well, there's 15 of you and there's 2 of us. So that's really more on you than us. That's the dumbest thing I think I've ever said in optometric practice. And so on the same thing, I have a lot of doctors call me and their troubles, their staff and their culture. It's kind of funny because the doctors will say, well, I can't find staff that want to do this or do that. They're not motivated. You ask the same questions of staff. You know what their most common answer is? We wish we could do more. We wish we knew how to do more. We wish we knew what was going on so we could help out. Matter of fact, I've got some great ideas. I wish I could be heard. But I would say the same thing to doctors that are listening, that if you're having a culture problem, it's the same answer that Mick gave earlier. You're the culture.
Oh, for sure.
When you're the practice owner and you're the business owner, you set the culture. And so you got to look at the way you're running your office. So
Yeah, in behavioral psychology, there's something called social contagion theory, which basically says that we're all contagious with one another,
Yes.
and our behaviors, our mindsets, and the most contagious person in the room is the doctor owner.
Oh,
For
by far.
So
sure.
if you don't like the culture, it really requires some inward looking to say, what am I doing? What am I spreading?
So I have
I
a,
also, well, I was just going to say that whole contagious thing because I have I got 50 plus people here, that there are people who are more contagious than others.
Mhm.
So making sure they're in the right space can really make a big difference,
you
right?
know,
And
yes. If I was going to brag on you and then another Kelly McDonald up in New Hampshire, probably two of the best, if not the two best cultures I've ever been in the practice and witnessed are yours and hers. And she has 60 something employees. So you could really write a whole book on culture to maintain that culture in such a huge practice. Matter of fact, that's a great question. 50 something employees, yet you got this great culture. Why? Like how did you build that?
you know what I think? I really believe that practices that have better culture, the leader tries. I'm telling you, if you just try, you make that important. Even if you misstep, you say dumb things like what you did, um, and then you try to recover
So,
from it. And I just think if you try, a lot of doctors don't even think it's important, and they don't try. I don't want to say there's any one thing because I don't think there is. I think meetings, I'm going to say that having routine meetings is super, super, super important because otherwise, how can you talk about your culture if you don't meet with them and you don't talk to them? And when I say meetings, I mean every kind of meeting, morning meetings, one-on-one, quarterlies, weeklies, I mean all that stuff. But that's that's what I think.
okay. So, Mick, since I really love your metrics mind, I'm going to ask you one last question, then we'll kind of wrap up. Um, for me, in traveling this country and visiting 11 practices, the two numbers that really seem to be not in line with where they should be in people's budgets are frames and occupancy.
Hmm.
At least for me, frame board management and the rent they're paying or the note they're paying.
Hmm.
Do you have a number in mind that some practices maybe miss or have a blind spot to that are sort of slowly draining money from their cash flow that they need to look at?
Yeah, so the great call out on the frame. So frame is part of our bigger sort of cost of goods sold typically. The problem with frames is frames are in most of our offices are inventory, not a true variable expense. A true variable expense is like a lab bill. I only have to pay a lab bill if I sell a pair of frames. A frame is inventory, so you can buy lots of frames and not sell them. So you're taking money out of your pocket and you're putting it in the form of acetate and metal in your optical, and that's capital that you need to convert back to cash. So it's very easy to get lopsided. Occupancy, where I see the biggest challenge is with smaller practices in retail oriented real estate markets where their real estate is costing 15, 16, 17% of collections. That really messes up the economics of an optometry practice because the math doesn't work anymore. By the time you pay cost of goods, your non-doctor wages, all the other expenses to run your business, you can't allocate 15 to 20% toward occupancy. It takes all the profitability out of the practice. And then the last piece is really the debt piece. And we really encourage less than 5% of revenue should go to service debt. When you get above that, again, it screws up the metrics of a typical optometry practice as well. So those three things are the main three big ones that I see.
You've really increased my net tremendously off that your last one. Because I heard you say that a few years ago, we were like 7 when we did not buy anything till we got to 4.
Yeah,
Oh, on the debt? Yeah, I
Yeah.
like mine 3 and under.
yeah.
We're at about 3.8 now, and that's amazing with that 4% of a $4 million practice is a lot of money.
A
That's
lot
what I was
of
just going to say. When you get to be a certain size, revenue-wise, 1 percentage point is really, really impactful from a
Yeah.
cash flow standpoint.
Yeah.
So I learned that from you, Mick. We run at
Kurt,
4 or below. If we're above 4, we don't buy equipment. We're just not
that's
buying it.
exactly what I tell people. I have always, if I was above 3, I just didn't buy it. That's just all there is to it. I actually, there's one other number that I don't think a lot of people track. Mick's heard me talk about this a million times already. But I think a lot of doctors track their dollars per patient or dollars per full exam, but a lot of doctors don't track their dollars per clinical hour. So how many, and that's the number one number, I think, besides the stuff you're talking about, the percentages, of course, those are like have to have. But when you're looking at just typical metrics, I think the dollars per clinical hour should be the number one metric you look at first before you look at anything else. If that number's good, then go look why and where can you still improve. But if that number's bad, then you got to go look why. And there's probably several places, right? If that number's bad. And what is good, we don't really know. There's not great metrics out there, but Vision Source has some good metrics. I guess I'm going to share it. It's around $650 per clinical hour. So if I meet with somebody and they're doing $800 per clinical hour, I met one recently who's actually doing like $1,200 or $1,300 per clinical hour, which is incredible. Then I know that their practice is probably doing pretty darn good. It means they're seeing enough patients, right? But if they're at $400 or $500 per clinical hour, they need to do some stuff. Like, and what is that? I don't know. I got to look at the rest of their metrics.
So I do both. I have two. I love revenue per hour, and I learned that from you. And I look at that as a performance metric. But I also love revenue per day for projections.
Similar.
So if I'm going to do 140 days, next year, or I'm going to do 35 days in a quarter, and I know I bring in $6,000 a day, I can project that I'm going to make whatever that is that quarter. I do it for each doctor. I can then go to my optical manager and say, hey, here's 6% of this. This is your frame spend for the quarter. So, we do a lot of projecting here, and I love to use revenue per hour and revenue per day. Those are two of my favorites as well. So,
well, you're in the minority. Very few doctors do projections.
I like to have a project. I do not like to respond. I like to anticipate. So here, I'm last question for both of you, and thank you for staying. And I knew this would go over a little, but I wanted it to, because it's not every day I get the two people. I'm not just saying this. I think y'all are the two smartest people I've ever known, especially when it comes to stuff like this. I've often said, if you could just follow around somebody for one day or learn from somebody for one day, who would you learn from? This would be my group. This would be my group.
So who's smarter, me or Laurie?
We know the answer to that.
I'm not going to say it out loud, Mick.
All right, fair enough. I don't want you to make her feel bad.
You know what? Okay. Is there one thing that you didn't get to say that maybe you wanted to say or would want to share with everybody? And what encouragement would you give independent practice owners for the future? I'll start with Mick, and then we'll end with Laurie.
Okay.
And I'll let y'all decide what that means.
Yeah. So, there seems to be sometimes a little bit of a negativity around the opportunity that our profession has to offer. And I frequently remind our private practitioners that there's a reason why private equity wants your practice, because they're extremely bullish on the profession. And we need to see that as also an opportunity for us and be very bullish about the profession. There's never been a better time to be an OD, ever. The opportunities with medical optometry and the scope expansion that we're seeing across the country, with retail sales, with the aging population, it just goes on and on and on to set us up for an absolutely wonderful profession, one that we can make good money, take good care of our families. So be optimistic. What an amazing profession we've chosen to be part of. I think it's an honor, and we just need to embrace the opportunity.
I think that's great. I never thought of that. Equity groups do want to buy us, and so there's got to be a reason for it.
Yep.
Never thought of it from that standpoint. So, what I'm trying to teach doctors to do is how to be your own equity group.
Sure. Yeah, you're good at that.
Why let somebody else make that money when you could be making it? So, Laurie.
So I have a little spiel that I always gave to the students, my very last class every single semester, the very last couple minutes I spent with them. And what I would always, I had this one thing, I have my little sign, do what you love, what you do. And that's up there. And I said, you guys I'm so excited because you are in the best profession you could possibly be in. There's so many things you can do being an optometrist, so many different places where you can help the world. And if you are unhappy, like some of these people on ODs of whatever are, it is your fault. It is not optometry's fault. And that's how I end my class.
That's a great way to end. Yeah, because there are people that if they weren't happy being optometrists, they'd be happy somewhere else. And there are people that if they weren't miserable being optometrists, they'd be miserable somewhere else. If putting up with eye med is the worst thing I ever have to do in my life, I've got a pretty good life. Like if that's like the absolute worst thing that ever happens to me is I have to build vision for a few things. If that's really like the bane of my existence is pretty good.
Yep.
But what I always tell people is don't underestimate what we do for a living. We help people see.
See better, look better, feel better.
Yeah, I mean, so what we do is huge, and maybe as important, if not more importantly, we Laurie, you have a big effect, and Mick, I don't know how many people you have working for you, but the people that you work with on a day-to-day basis, the effect you have on their lives, and you let them make a living, but you affect their home life, we affect so many people on a day-to-day basis we don't realize.
Yep.
And your attitude and your demeanor affects people. It affects the people you work with and the patients you take care of, and it's huge. And so I think it's a great message from both of you. And so I'll wrap it up by saying once again, I'm honored to have the two of you on here, and there was no way that I could kick this book off and move forward without thanking the two people I learned from the most. And you're both amazing. And not only are you great practitioners and great practice management teachers, more importantly, you're great people and great friends. And Mick, I'm doing some of the stuff that you do, and you've done nothing but encourage me. And that's special. And I appreciate you. I'll always appreciate you for that. So
Of course.
I'll let y'all say bye, and then we'll stop recording.
Okay. Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt, for having us.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a great evening.
Yeah, my goodness. So, those are probably the two people that have influenced me the most on how to run my practice. And I've literally written 3 pages of notes here. So we're going to start the next one at 7:10. Might go a tad a little past because there's just so many good points here that I think are worth bringing up again. It's funny because, I probably interviewed, Laurie and Mick, like a week and a half ago. So, I just assumed I did all metrics. It's funny that I thought it was all metrics, but then we end up talking about team again and culture. And this is what most doctors struggle with. And it's amazing how even when I think I'm going to talk a lot about numbers, the conversation turns to your attitude and your culture and the way you affect your team. And it's so important. And I'm going to actually skip to page 3 here in that, Mickey Kling said, I asked Mick, what's the biggest red flag or biggest issue a practice has? And he said, it's the optometrist. And by the way, and I hope she's watching or maybe she's not, I just did an on-site transformation yesterday and today in an office, and I am really excited for this office. And here's the funny thing is they thought they had a culture problem, but no, I think we've really fixed that because I heard them. I heard the team, but and this is hard for me and some doctors don't, maybe have a hard time hearing the message, but it's kind of funny. One of the things I like to do at the end of a transformation, on-site transformation is you have to say, what did you learn? And the doctor today, the first words out of her mouth were, I learned that it was me. And when she said that, you could see her team go, wow. And it just really transformed the whole office. So I don't care. And so, by the way, when I lost those 3 guys, 5-6 years ago, my dad, my practice partner, my brother, I have no room for negativity anymore. I fired more people in about a 9-month period after those 3 guys left than I did in my previous 27 or 8. I had no room for negativity. And negativity will kill your practice faster than any metric, any number, anything. I've been blessed over the years to have great people. I start with Annette Burney. Annette Burney used to say, no drama, suck it up, no whining today. Like for the first 10 to 15 years of my career, when I hadn't figured this out yet, thank God I had somebody who did. Annette was just somebody that just loved life and was just loved her Lord and just loved to serve the patients and just happy as can be. But negativity will kill you, and drama will kill your practice. If you've got somebody that's causing you a lot of drama, you need to get them into the system of accountability. He said, everyone has value. When 90% of doctors say, my team's the problem, nobody can convince me that 90% of the current population is not good. That's not possible. So if 90% of our problem is team, really 90% of our problem may be our leadership. And that might be kind of a hard thing to hear, but that is a lot of my book and a lot of that. Yeah, the doctor owner is the culture. Just trying to think of it. Yeah. And so, speaking of that, knee-jerk reactions also, as far as our attitude goes is, that happened today in my clinic. I wish I could remember what it was, but they were about to make this big change over this one patient. I think it was like he bought a month of vitamins and they charged him like he was buying 3 months and they charged him a month, and he got all angry, and they were going to make this big policy change. And I said, well, how often does that happen other than this? And they were like, oh, this is the only time. I'm like, you're about to change your entire office policy off this one person. Like, don't do that. So, Laurie mentioned, don't do knee-jerk reactions. Just some numbers, because I did want to do some metrics here. If you're going to build a new office, you need at least 12, if not 15 spaces per doctor. I've seen parking become a big issue in buildings. Patient care and equipment, you don't want to go over 4%. I see a lot of doctors spend way too much money on equipment. Occupancy is a big one that I see. You don't want to pay definitely 10 and probably closer to 6 to 8, but definitely not over 10% of your collections on, and really 10% is high. You really want to keep your rent at like 6 to 8% of what you collect. Another one is, Laurie mentioned revenue per hour, which I think is great. So she says $650 an hour. And I agree with that, because if you add that up, it's about $4,500 a day. If you work 7 hours a day, take an hour off for lunch. And $4,500 a day is, I think, average. So I'm blessed. I usually do about $5,500, but and so I'm just going to use as an example of an on-site I did. So this person said, I have a cash flow problem. I could grow more. And she was right, because they were averaging $3,300 a day. But she said we need to work on our optical. Well, the revenue per exam was like $460. And I would say that $400 to $425 is kind of the average there. But they were only doing like 7 exams a day. And I will tell you that you should do at least 10, if not 11 or 12. So, so she thought she needed to work on her optical, but the numbers said she needs to work actually on getting more patients and being a little more efficient in there. So that's another place where using data is a good idea. And that's just some numbers you need to know. I asked Mick, and I guess I'm going to go back to this again because it's or just some other things we talked about on attitude. And I'm sorry I'm bouncing around, but Laurie and Mick had so many good things, and I hope you're just getting a few pearls out of this. And I'm bad to do this. Laurie said, don't paralyze yourself waiting for perfection. Just strive for excellence. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. If you're trying to wait around to make a decision because you're waiting for it to be perfect, it's very rare you're going to find a perfect situation for anything. Sometimes you've got to go for pretty good, and sometimes you got to go for excellent. Because a fast decision on something that's pretty good is much better than waiting around for the perfect situation and not making a decision at all. And that also sets you up to be indecisive. She also mentioned negative people tend to be indecisive. And I agree with that too. When you're always thinking the worst is going to happen, then you're going to be indecisive. So you got to have that positive mindset and that positive attitude. And speaking of positive attitude and culture in your office, Molly, yesterday, my office manager, said something I thought was brilliant, that if the doctor doesn't want to be here, then we don't want to be here either. So if your culture is your problem, you ask yourself, are you coming into work every day and you get to be at work? You don't have to be at work. That's just positive versus negativity there. Some people are more contagious than others. So you definitely want to make sure that if your most contagious person is negative, don't have them at the front desk. So, that's part of Coach Fulmer, having the right people in the right place. And I think actually, I'm surprised I kind of read through all that. But another thing I just want to, I guess, 5 more minutes before I was going to start the next one at 7:10 is I've actually been at 2 separate meetings that were not optometry related, since I do want to cover some metrics here. And I got to see both from Chase and Capital One what they thought optometry offices should look like. Had nothing to do with an optometry meeting. I actually got to see a form letter on this is what you should look like. And so, and I think this is recorded, so hopefully we can share it later. But according to banks, when they look at a practice, they think cost of goods should be 28%. That's what they think an average optometric clinic should be. Now, Mick brought up that no one knows themselves more than you. Don't take these numbers necessarily and apply it and say, my practice has to be exactly this, because each practice is so unique. Like, I always bring up Lisa Green's practice in Asheville, North Carolina. She's in a very high-end practice, and her cost of goods is always in the low to mid-30s. But she's also selling $800-900 pair of glasses. That's her clientele. And if I went in there and said, holy crap, Lisa, you got to get to 28%, I would destroy her practice, or I would definitely hurt it, because it's okay to have a 33 to 35% cost of goods when you're selling a $900 pair of glasses. That's perfectly fine. So listen to these numbers and just use them as a kind of benchmark, but don't say, oh my gosh, got to get to this number. Take a look at your practice, where you're at now. And here's what Mick would say. Mick would say, if you could take 2 or 3 of those numbers and change them 2%, and you do that 3 times, you just had 6% to the positive. And that's a good thing to do. So cost of goods, 28%. Staff, anywhere from 20 to 22, 20% more in rural and 22 in urban. I think that's low. I think in this day with the competition, I think you actually 23 to 25 is more of a better thing. They actually had overhead and patient care together as one category, and they had that at 13%. Because of the bonus system we use in our office, I separate those two. So I have non-patient care overhead, which is almost like miscellaneous computer expenses and all that. That should be at 9%. And then your patient care, as Mick said, should be at 4%. Then the patient care category is mainly your equipment that you use to diagnose patients. That is your equipment leases, your Optos lease, your auto-refraction lease, your digital camera, your OCT, things like that. Your advertising, really, especially in the days of social media, 1% is plenty for that. And let's see, what else is there? I'm trying to think. That might be it. Then, what I say is that you want your OD compensation to be somewhere 15 to 18%. And then there should be about a 7 to 10% cash flow. And what you do with the cash flow depends on where you're at in your practice. And that's a whole other discussion. But what we used to call net, I have in 2 categories. I have it in OD compensation and cash flow. And then the cash flow, you can move some of that into OD compensation. You can move some of it into your rainy day fund. You can use some to invest in other things like Mark and Michael said. So just, it depends on your situation, what you do with the cash flow. So I think that's about all with the metrics. So anyway, thanks to Mick and thank you to Laurie. I really appreciate you guys coming on. And those are just 2 of the smartest people. So, if you want to learn a lot about metrics, go online, look up Mick's website online. And then, Laurie's the chief editor of the Review of Optometric Business. And if you're not getting that in your email, I would go find out a way to do that. So anyway, so moving on, I guess this is actually the 20 to 30 minute infomercials coming up, but hopefully there's some good stuff. There is some good stuff in here as well. As a matter of fact, these are 2 of my previous clients, and they're going to actually share with you some things they learned from me. And I think that's an interesting way to look at it. They're going to tell you what I taught. And I'm very proud of this fact. The first one, Dr. Reshma Min, was my first client. And I still, to this day, Dr. Amin, if you are watching, I taught Sound Cool to an office, and they like that closing. There is an office in Villa Rica, Georgia, and they're going to say, "Hey, Sound Cool." So I'm a big thing. I have this thing where you talk to patients that just like in anything else, you got to find out where you stand. You got to close. You got to ask, "Hey, where are we on this? Do you see how this would help you?" Or I love to say, "How does that sound?" That's always my favorite way to end an eye exam is, "How does that sound?" Just to see if they agree or whatever. So, but Dr. Amin came up with Sound Cool, and that is such a great little laid back, relaxed way to close a patient. But I love watching Dr. Amin on Instagram. I check her out. She's really starting to master the marketing of social media. And she has owner of Trio Eye Care in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And with her husband, Mitesh, they've grown a great practice there. And with that, Becca, let's start Dr. Reshma Amin's video.
So, I could not talk about my book and do this live stream webinar because I've already actually done this for a couple of years. I just haven't really advertised it. With the first person that for whatever reason said, "You know what, I think I'm going to bring Dr. Steele to my practice." And it was a great place to start too, because you and your husband, Mitesh, who, is the office manager, and then your entire team were just so nice and wonderful and open. It was a great first experience for me. So this is Dr. Reshma Amin. She is she owns Trio Eye Care in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And, what else should we know about you, Dr. Amin?
Well, hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Go Tigers. So we opened our practice in 2019, and here we are in 2026. I think us, along other practices, survived COVID and everything else beyond that. Specialize in dry eye treatments. We treat patients of every age, of course. Have a great co-management team here with a lot of my ODs, MDs, and so we're doing private practice like the rest of you guys.
So I know you've done quite well with your dry eye clinic.
Yeah, we're trying, definitely. I mean, I think we try to keep up with the latest technology, try to incorporate the latest and greatest toys, as you want to say, the best we can, and try to provide solutions for patients that really don't know where else to go and who to talk to.
What would you say has been one of the top 1 or 2 pearls in growing your dry eye practice?
Listening. You have to listen to the patient. You have to listen to basically where they've come from, not just, yes, that they have the symptoms, and you have to know what in your head, what the treatment protocol may be, but just listening and letting them talk and sharing your values as far as your tests and imagery and all of that, and just showing them their progress and making them a part of the treatment plan, knowing that it's a team. It's not just me, the doctor, going, "Hey, this is what you're going to do, and you're going to do as I say, and we'll get you better." Just making sure it's an open dialogue all the time.
I think that's a great piece of advice. So actually, I don't know if I know the answer to this, but how did you first learn about me, and when did we connect, and what was happening in your practice? And then you met me and you went, "You know what? I'm going to bring in that guy from Tennessee to my practice to help us out."
Yeah. So both of us are part of Vision Source. And there was an email thread. I guess you had kind of mentioned you do this, and I was like, let me see if this is something that, let me just have an open conversation with him and just see if this is the right fit. Where I was in practice was frustration. You just get to that point where it's like, what am I doing? Not wrong necessarily, but what is it that we could do better to help not just necessarily get better metrics, but there's something different. Like the vibe is just not there. Like, you've got amazing practices who have built culture and everything. It's like, what's the missing piece? So I found that there was a big disconnect in the practice, and I just wanted to see if there was an outside individual or outside anybody who could come into my practice and see what could actually not necessarily pinpoint one thing or another, but at least give me some insight. And so it's like, well, let me call Dr. Steele and let's have a conversation. And you and I talked for like almost an hour, I think.
Yeah.
I think I was still in the parking lot. Yeah, trying to leave work. And my husband's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm talking to Dr. Steele." I think we just it just was a no-brainer. And then you came what, like 2 months, 3 months after that, right? It was right before the
Yes.
holidays. When you decided after the holidays, you would come. And yeah, I think that's how we got started.
So what was kind of the biggest, I guess, aha moment or breakthrough while we were working together? Or what did I bring to the table?
You know, we talked about so many things, and you brought so many great points to light. You know, we talk about metrics for a practice and just tracking those better, using our EMR and other tools. I mean, just honing in on those, which are great. But I think what the biggest take-home point for us was, you know, I mentioned earlier about the disconnect between different parts of the office, like the tech, the front, me, all that. And I think what really brought it home is just having a connection between all the different parts of the practice. It was nice to be able to hear what the team was saying, like where the improvements can come, getting a little bit more of their insight and just learning more about them as not just my employees, but you know, what can we do to build that team culture, and just that flow. I
Right.
guess if I answer that correctly.
You know, then that's a great answer because, you know, I have 3 parts to my book. One is the team and the team culture.
Mhm.
Part 2 is the metrics and the numbers you need to run the office. And then the
Mhm.
third part is the how to not sell in the exam room. Like, by the way, so because I don't want to forget this, Dr. Amin is in my book because there's a part about closing. And I say, does that sound cool? Often now. That's my close. I like that close. So I have stolen from you.
Well, thanks.
No, you're in the book. Your name is in there. I gave credit where credit is
Well,
due.
thanks. Well, thank you.
But you know, you can be great at part 3 and you know, selling patients or, you know, getting them to you know, invest in the products that you know what's best for them. You know, part 2, you can be a great business person and have all your metrics in line. But if you don't get part 1 down, if you don't have the culture and the team in place, that's the foundation.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
And I will tell you that one of the biggest disconnects I see is I actually surveyed 30 doctors. What's your biggest issue in practice? And 26 out of 30 said staff and culture.
Yes.
As you know, I also interview staff. So what I'm hearing from doctors is they don't want to work. They're not motivated. I can't find anybody that wants to come here. And you know, here's the funny thing. Actually, I've learned this since I was with you. In interviewing staff, you know what I hear over and over again is, I wish I could do more. I wish they would teach me how to do more.
Correct.
And I have some great ideas that I wish they would listen to. I wish I was heard. So you got doctors thinking that the team doesn't want to do anything and they just want to show up to work and go home. And the team saying, no, actually, I want to be more involved, but you got to let me. And so that is just a big disconnect. So my book is kind of, as you know, I had another practice I went to, and I've talked to her earlier. The head optician is one of my favorite quotes I've heard from a client. The optician said, I thought you were just going to come in here and tell us what we were doing wrong. And you actually came in here and we started with, what are you doing right? And let's work on maximizing that first before we work on any of the mistakes or any of the things we can improve upon. So I really like that. Yeah. Yet, you know, you got to build the culture. You got to care about your team, but also, you know, just don't spend all your time focusing on weaknesses. Focus on the strengths.
Correct.
Let them know what they do well. And so, thank you for that. Anything on just any result or a change in process through our work that you can think of?
Yeah. So, you know, staff changes occur often. That doesn't mean that I don't have a core group of staff that's been with me for a while. I think it's just keeping on doing what we're doing. Just making sure that we, the core that are here, relay to the others that, hey, look, I mean, it's great because they're able to tell the others that, hey, look, these are your bosses, yes, but they're also like, we're all part of a team together, right? I think just making sure doing the little things that count, like you're talking about, making a big deal about just even accomplishments, or even like celebrating anniversaries, celebrating them, taking some time just for, you know, just to appreciate them. And I think they all love that. We had longevity more with staff because they know it's a safe place. They know it's a happy culture. They know it's a happy environment. And I think my takeaway from there was just listening more too, and not judging, and making sure I provide an environment where they can continually learn and they can ask questions in a safe space without feeling like, oh my God, she's a doctor and she probably knows more and this is a stupid question. No, I come to me. It's I have an open door policy always.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
If you could go back and talk to yourself before we started working together, what would you say? That sounds like a game show question almost.
So this was a hard question because I was like, oh man, I wish I could tell myself a lot of things, to be honest. But I we tend to beat ourselves up a lot, going, oh my God, you weren't doing this right, you weren't doing that right, and oh my God, you could have been doing things better. I think I'm going to take a different spin on it. I'm going to actually say that, you actually should be proud of what you've done thus far.
That's awesome.
You
Yes.
should be proud of yourself. Like really stop harping on the negative, because you really are creating an environment and you're putting forth this next step to actually invest in yourself and your team to actually create an even better place and a successful practice. So I took a different spin on that one. I think I would tell myself, like, look, celebrate your wins and keep moving forward.
I love that, because I try to make that a part of what I do. Is
It's hard. It's really
most
hard.
most doctors are in much better shape than they think they are.
Yes.
I'm sure I looked at your practices. Actually, I remember going, you guys are actually in pretty good shape here. It's not, and it even helps me in my practice, because there have been times even today that I come in this place and go, oh man, I mean, we all have our bad days.
Yeah.
Then you go other places and go, oh, well, we're all going through this. And that
Correct.
probably is an important message. Is I
Mhm.
visited 11 offices now and talked to many others, and hey, we're all in this together. We all have a lot of the same issues.
Yes.
But I'll tell you that, and the whole passion of my book and my company is I want to preserve independent optometry. You want to see you have 3 doctors, 10 years from now, and you're a $millions practice and you still own it. You haven't sold it to an equity group or ophthalmology.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the key is the team. You've got to get that team culture built in first, and you got to be a positive person.
Yeah.
When you come in the
Absolutely.
back door, you're the culture. That's the other one, is I hear doctors talk about their culture all the time. Well, you're the culture.
Yeah. You're like the team coach. You have to
Yep.
be happy. Yep.
So if there's people out there who are on the fence about getting help or making a change, whether it's with me or someone else, what would you tell them?
Just take a leap of faith, and you never know. I mean, it may just be something that you may find out that, hey, look, I am doing things right, like I said earlier, or hey, maybe I can improve, just even if it's one process that may have a ripple effect, and it's amazing after that. You never know. You don't know until you know, right?
Right.
So I really feel like there's no harm, no foul. Just give it a shot. And with Dr. Steele, I mean, you always have a cheerleader in your corner. I mean, very positive. I love what he's doing for optometry. I mean, he's always available to answer questions, and just you feel like you have somebody in your corner,
Well, you and Mitesh always will have me in your corner. And I'll always remember that when I was pretty much announced an email, I'm thinking of doing this, and then you guys took a chance on me, and I'll always be grateful, and I'm proud to see you growing and doing well. And yes, I'll always be in your corner anytime.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And
And
much
also know that
success on the book, of course. Congratulations. It's awesome.
Thank you. And I know you got patience in 4 minutes. So with that, thank you. And tell Mitesh thank you, and continued success, and good luck on the move.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a great day.
Bye, you too. Bye.
So that was my first client ever, Dr. Amin. I'm very proud of her. It's funny, I actually, we just kind of put this together by people, but it's amazing. Like, and I didn't plan this before, how there's a theme here. And, there's 2 things that she brought up I would want my fellow practice owners to hear is, it's easy to get frustration. You get frustrated, but then you realize that other people are going through the same things. We all have these same issues and problems, and you can choose to be negative or you can choose to be positive. And I love what she said is, celebrate your wins, learn from your mistakes, move forward. What great advice. Celebrate your wins. And that's an Aminism, I guess, since I was talking about Wassikisms earlier. Here's one thing I will recommend. And actually, the next person we're going to play, Dr. Brittany Shower, this is where I kind of learned this too. And this really changed the way that I move forward when I do on-site transformations is, the guy saying, you actually came in here and the first thing you did was we celebrated our wins. We actually, Coach Fulmer said it last night. We spend so much time trying to minimize or improve on our weaknesses, we forget to maximize our strengths. And so whenever I go to an on-site practice, the first thing we do is what do we do well? And let's do that even better. Like, let's really make that the personality of the practices. That's what's automatically ingrained. You can go to my website, www.drkurtsteele.com, and it's mentioned in the book, but then you can go to the website to actually get it. It's the 3-day transformation guide. And it's 3 one-hour meetings in your office to really help turn the culture around. And I highly recommend you go do that. Dr. Amin a couple of times said, to make sure you always listen and, but not only listen to your patients, but listen to your team. I want to be heard. I want to be heard. If I have heard that in interviewing your teams once, I've heard it so many times. So listen, don't just come up with ideas and take it to them. I try not to bring new ideas to my practice. I try to bring what result I want and let them come up with the process. And you'll be a lot more successful. And don't beat yourself up too much. Be proud you're an entrepreneur. Listen, it takes courage and guts just to be an owner of a private practice. That takes a special someone, and you're providing jobs. You're providing eye care. You're providing well-paying jobs for people that feed their families. And do not underestimate what you do for a living and how important you are and how blessed we are to be optometrists. So, and next person, Dr. Brittany Shower. She's also a former client, current president of the North Dakota Optometric Association. So very proud for her to be a client of mine, because she is one of those that takes time away from her busy schedule, from her families, and providing income in her practice to go serve our profession. It just takes a great heart to do that. And with that, let's start up Dr. Brittany Shower's video.
Okay, I'm here with Dr. Brittany Shower. She, first of all, is just a dear friend. And Brittany, I appreciate you coming on here today. We know each other through 2 reasons. We're both Vision Source administrators. So she's the administrator for North Dakota, and I'm East Tennessee. But she is the current president of the North Dakota Optometric Association. And I just want to thank you for that, Brittany, because there are people that are in optometry, organized optometry, people that aren't, and people that wonder what we do. And, you even see some things on Facebook about what they should do, and they should do this and they should do that. Well, whether you agree or disagree with what some of the things organized optometry does, it's not a moneymaker. As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite. It takes money out of your pocket. I can remember back in the day, I was blessed to have a partner named Jeff Foster, who would be on the Mount Rushmore of Tennessee optometry. And on weeks that he and I, when it was just the 2 of us, would go to Nashville, we would agree to not pay ourselves that week because we knew the revenue was down. And we would just not pay ourselves for 1 week of pay so we could go to Nashville and work for optometry. So I'm sure, Brittany, you'll agree with this. Anybody that is in organized optometry, whether you disagree, agree, like or dislike them, they should be applauded because they are taking time from their practices and their families to advocate for our profession.
Yep. The one thing I can say after being on the board now for a while is the things you don't know that
It's true.
Good people are doing in the background for you. So being on the board has been the best thing to get to see that and to know what's actually happening behind the scenes. So yeah, little plug for either your state or the AOA. If you've not gotten involved, please do, because it really opens your eyes to a whole new world of things that are happening for everybody's benefit in the profession.
Yeah. You're learning this as state president. It's amazing what happens on a weekly, monthly basis while they're in session that has a direct effect on optometry that or our lobbyist or whoever you have there in North Dakota takes care of, and nobody ever even hears about it.
Exactly. Yep.
And there's a lot of volunteers. I'm on the coding and reimbursement committee for AOA. And I'm thinking of Harvey Richmond. I don't want to forget anybody. Charles Fitzgerald, Rebecca Wortman. Those were the 3. Doug Morrow. There's 4 or 5 that have been on there for over a decade. And they're names you may or may not have ever heard of, but they go to CPT meetings, they go to RUC meetings, and they defend optometry and the codes that we can use, and they do that just because they love the profession. So yeah. So anyway, thank you for your service to optometry, because being a state president takes a lot of time. So I want to thank you for that. So we've talked about you and just what a good friend you are, and how much you mean to the profession. Tell us a little bit about your practice.
I joined my practice in 2012 when I graduated from optometry school, and I worked for 2 years as an associate before I purchased the practice in 2014. So I guess I was the retirement plan coming on. That was the plan all along. And the doctor I bought the practice from, he retired in 2020, and I brought on a new associate. And then we had another doctor working as well, and he retired the next year in 21. And I had another associate come on. So I am still the owner, and I have two associates, although we are in progress of one of them buying in, which is exciting as well. Yeah, and I guess we are in Mandan, North Dakota, and we serve a large rural population too. So in our practice, we pretty much take care of everything we can. We do infancies, we see glaucoma, we see AMD, and everything in between. Basically, whatever it is that our patient needs. So wide variety of things.
Awesome. So I guess actually I want to add to this question a little bit. First of all, what was happening in your practice to decide that you wanted to bring me in? And then I guess how did you hear? Because I wasn't really advertising very heavily. And how did you hear about me? And what made you make the decision to bring me up to North Dakota? Which I love that. I love the vibe up there. It's a great state, by the way.
Yeah, obviously knew you as an administrator, and during one of our meetings we were going to have, and you kind of made a little shout out that you were going to do a retreat ahead of time. I'm like, that sounds intriguing. I really love my staff. I have a great group of staff, but
yes, you do.
No matter how good a group of staff you have, there is drama is going to surface at some point. The practice says they have no drama. They either have their, head under the rug, or they're lying. It's just it's normal human behavior. It's gonna happen. So I just thought, hey, this brainstorming session might be a good opportunity to both figure out some staff things that we can do. And, everybody's always looking to improve. If you think you're doing everything perfect in your practice, you're probably not. There's always something you can do better, make better. It's changing all the time. And you should always be open to that. So I just kind of went into the brainstorming session, just, hey, is there one thing I can do better? And gosh, what are some more tools I can put in my toolbox to help staff be a better leader, and help them whenever things come up.
Oh, okay, cool. So, what was your biggest hesitation to bringing me in?
I feel like it's a silly hesitation, but it's something that every practice owner does. Oh gosh, I got to take an extra day off of work. Oh man, that's a day of revenue. Oh, I got to pay to go to this thing. Oh, that's more, I feel like that's the biggest thing that people will hesitate on, and it's the silliest, because you're going to go to this thing, you're going to get great ideas that are going to actually come back and make you more money, and it's going to totally pay for your day or two out of the office. So I feel like when I talk to other colleagues, they're just, oh gosh, I can't take the time off. Yes, you can. You will be okay. Your practice will be fine. You can take the time off and go get yourself some resources.
I'm going to interview her for this, but Laurie Sorrenson, she actually asked me how I can afford to do as much closing as I do, because we probably do an unusual amount of training and retraining. And I was more like what you just said. I don't know how we can afford not to. It's in the book. I almost, to me, like, imagine if a football team just didn't practice and all they did was show up on Saturday to play, or Sunday, and play football games. They'd be the worst team in the league. For me, seeing patients is our game time. We never practice. You have to stop every now and then and just practice the fundamentals. So, yeah, I agree with you that, actually sometimes you do need to even shut down the clinic just to make sure you've got the fundamentals in place. What was probably the most pleasant surprise about the experience with me coming there?
I liked the way that you did it. Just the way that we flowed. I think a lot of my staff and some of them said this too. They were expecting you to waltz in there and lecture them and tell them what they were doing wrong and what you're supposed to be doing. And it wasn't that at all. With your method, you're actively asking them to tell you what we need to work on. So it's a completely different approach and a different dynamic, and it works very, very well. Staff feel empowered because they can talk about the things we are doing good and we are doing a really great job. And then, hey, here's some things that, gosh, it's not going so well. What can we do? And you source the ideas from the staff. They're the ones coming up with the ideas because ultimately they're going to be the ones that have to implement it. So it needs to be their idea. They need to be the ones on board because they're the ones that are going to make it happen.
Completely agree. I'm kind of proud of the fact that, Amy Rutzer, I'm sure I'm going to talk to her. Amy?
Absolutely.
Minnesota? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So I get out of the car to go into her practice and she says, "Where's your stuff?" I said, I don't, it's in here. I've done 11 of these now. And if you went to all 11, they're all 11 completely different. Like I'm always leery of somebody that has a cookie cutter solution, because if you're teaching the same thing to everybody, somebody's not getting what they need. Everybody's different. And then some, I actually insist on a discovery call with people I don't know well, because I want to make sure that we're a good fit. If we're not a good fit, I don't want to be a failure any more than I don't want to, take their money or, not be of benefit to them. So, I always try to make sure that on a 2-day trip, the first day is about them. So I'm glad. And by the way, actually, if you go to my website, there's a 3-day transformation guide that is day one is, what do we do well? Let's concentrate on that. Like, let's work on what's good for a day instead of what's bad. Let's make sure we're taking advantage of our strengths. So, what has changed the most for you personally and for your team, I guess, since I came there?
A lot of it, I think, is just that the staff recognizing, hey, we trust you to come up with the ideas, and yeah, let's try it. Let's implement it. Oh, that didn't work. Great. Let's try this. Like that, being open to change, to trying things, and listening to them and implementing their ideas. Again, I feel like it makes them feel empowered and important, and then that engages them more. Because again, I'm in the back room seeing patients all day long. I have no involvement with what's going on out there on a day-to-day basis because I'm in the back taking care of patients. So again, the more power you can give to your staff, and then that they see that, hey, well, why don't we try it this way? Great, let's try it that way. It makes things more efficient, flow better. And even some of the things that we determined during your time with us, we did a few things and then, well, let's try it this way. Having them open to trying new things and not being afraid to try it, I think was probably our biggest outcome of the whole thing that we're still carrying through,
I'm actually very happy to hear you say that, because there's a reason that becoming a team-centric office is the part 1 of my book, because that is the foundation. You can be great at all the metrics you want, and you can, the third part of the book is how to not sell in the exam room. But if you don't have a great team, the parts 2 and 3 don't matter. Part 1's the foundation. So can you think of a moment when you thought, hey, you know what, this is kind of working? Can you think of a particular moment? I know I've got mine. If I remember, I've done 11 of these, so they're mixed up. You mind if I tell you mine? I might steal yours.
Yeah, go for it.
Didn't we clean out a room so you could put?
Yeah, I would say for us, it was grabbing a phone on a desk and sticking it in the back room. So we no longer had the front desk be responsible for answering the phone on the first ring, which I think a lot of people do. And we're still doing that today. That has made a huge, huge, huge difference. It's to quiet down that front desk and remove some of the noise out there. And then the staff feel like they can just take care of people better when they have their own quiet space to answer the phone. We kind of take turns on who's back there, so nobody's stuck back there more than half a day. But also on top of it, hey, sometimes there's 10 minutes between phone calls or something like that. We've also come up with ways, maybe there was a task that somebody else was doing that now we've shifted to that back room. So now I've just freed up another staff member to do something else, and that person in that back room answering the phone. They can work on different things in between calls. So we've been able to take that idea and kind of run with it and make things function better in other areas of the clinic because of it.
If so, I don't remember this because this happens in by the way, every visit I've ever made, all 11, the first 2 hours are almost I don't want to say a disaster, but I can see the doctor looking at me like, when's this going to actually start? But it usually takes about 2 hours to get them to trust you and open up and go around the office. And then finally somebody goes, boy, this is a big problem right here. And for you, it was, we can't hear it on the phone because you have this big, beautiful, high ceiling, front area. And they said, this is an issue because we cannot hear. And yeah, so we spent hours cleaning out that room back there and putting the phone in. I've had drills out and drilled holes in floors in Tillamook, Oregon. I don't want to scare anybody, but that's what the staff wanted to do. So yeah, you make day one about them, and then day two can be more about, okay, here's a number we need to work on. And they're way more open to do that when you make it about them on day one. So what would you tell a practice owner who's on the fence about doing something like this?
Well, I'd tell them just to do it, number one. Again, if you can pick up one thing, make one improvement. I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. Obviously, like we talked about, moving that desk so that our staff felt like they could do those phone calls better. But, the other big benefit is having you look through all of our financials and numbers. And it's nice to have an outside person who has seen a lot of things go, yeah, you guys are doing a great job, but hey, I see you can improve on XYZ, and for us, I'll share, all of our numbers looked really great with the exception that we had some openings in the schedule that if we can just get some more exams on the schedule, we're going to be rolling pretty good. And with that too, one of the things we started doing, which we had not been historically, is pre-appointing, which we're still getting there. I think we started doing that, kind of that May, June. So we've got a couple months to go to really, really, really kind of see some of the fruits of that. But already, we've seen some pre-appointing already that maybe someone that had to come back a little sooner than that year already on the schedule. And so from a metric standpoint, that was our biggest thing, is just getting more exams on the schedule, and how can we work on accomplishing that.
Okay. Well, Brittany, I appreciate you doing this. And I look forward to seeing you at whatever next meeting. And once again, not only thank you for in order of importance to me, first of all, thank you for serving our profession. You really, everybody should applaud you for doing that, because I don't hate to admit this, it was 23 years ago, but I was Tennessee president. I don't feel like it was that long ago. But also just thank you for your friendship and your support and your faith in me. And if I can ever do anything for you, let me know.
I got you on speed dial, Kurt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
All right, I'm going to stop. Let's see. Well,
Dr. Brittany Shower, I want to thank her again for her service to our profession. So just some great points there as well. A lot of doctors forget bringing me in or a consultant in. I mentioned in there, that imagine a football team that never practiced. They would be the worst football team in the league by the end of the season if they just never practiced, right? To me, seeing patients is game time. Every now and then you got to practice. And a lot of doctors are just scared to lose that revenue. But I'm telling you, once a quarter, closing your office to spend half a day going through the fundamentals and then doing something fun and building that culture, that return on investment will be phenomenal. Okay, so how many days of revenue are you losing taking admin days? I've just about decided one of the worst ideas ever in optometry, and I know this is going to raise some eyebrows, are admin days. I think admin days are just really pleasant excuses to kind of take a day off. But if you're going to take a day off, take a day off. If you've got a well-run business with a well-oiled machine and they have the fundamentals down and you have the systems in place, you don't need an admin. If you want to maximize your profitability when you are in your office, you need to be in the exam room, period. End of discussion. Being open to change. You talked about the team again. There's a recurring theme here. Our team really appreciate the big thing with me coming in is I made it their idea. I listened to your team. listen to your team. Ask them, what do we need to work on? What are we doing well? Do the 3-day transformation guide. What are we doing well? What are we not doing well? How can we fix this? So it's amazing. Most offices think that they are so far away. Like the office I went to today, like it's literally been like they've been maybe somehow they've been, I don't know how to put this. Like they're really like in bad shape, and all they need to do is add 2 exams a day, and they're going to be not only fine but doing great. Like it's amazing how doctors think that they're one step away from bankruptcy. And then you just go to the practice and you go, actually, you're just this, it's just a tweak. It's funny, I call it the transformation because that sounds cool, but it really is a 2-day tweak. I do not come in and overhaul everything and come up with all these new forms you got to fill out and all this paperwork and checklists and blah, blah, blah. This practice today, all they have to do is put in 1 more exam in the morning, 1 more exam in the afternoon, and then we worked on their template so they would be comfortable with the patient flow doing it. And I let the team work with me to come up with that patient flow. And instead of 7.5 exams per day, the goal is to do 10 exams per day, which is very doable. And if they can do to 10 exams per day and keep their revenue per exam the same, they're going to grow $250,000. And I guarantee you that's going to happen for them. I've never been more confident than the office I went to today. But, they had spent so much time, and I hope there's some people watching this because I want them to hear this. They had spent so much time that I do this thing where I interview them before we start. And when we started and I circled this for them, they said the word patient 6 times, and they never talked about themselves. It was all about the patient. So all these 3 young ladies had ever heard about was the patient is it, and here's how you're screwing up. And that's all they'd ever heard. And today at the end of the thing, I had this young lady, and I could tell, I really think I helped her a lot. She said, this was the pat on the back I needed. I listened to her. I patted her on the back. We talked about what they did well. And I really think that practice is going to transform. Hey, come on in. So I've got a guest, and actually we're about to play another video anyway. So that is just something, and it's amazing what the tweak can be. So one was Dr. Brittany Shower, who I just talked about. Most offices have their phone answered at the front desk, and it's the worst place to have your phone answered. Like there's no worse. Your front desk person is your one person in your office that sees everyone. Check in, check out, people that are getting their glasses adjusted, people picking up their contact lenses. There's one person in the office that sees all of them, and that is your front desk person, who is also your first impression. And now you're going to have that person answer your phone. That is the worst person in your office to answer the phone. So Brittany's office, here was the tweak. And her phone was in this, Brittany has this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful waiting area with about a 20-foot ceiling, and they laughingly called it the echo chamber, and how they could never hear anybody on the phone. Plus, I will tell you this, and I may go just a tad over here, but it's okay. One time, I always have said that you should run your practice to the 25 to 60-year-old female. I've said that over and over again, and the reason I say that is because that's who makes the decisions. Here's why I say that. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I will tell you that about once a week, if not twice a week, and everybody knows this, I'll come in the exam room, and there's some guy sitting there just looking like, I'd rather be anywhere than here right now. And I will say, why did you decide to come to see us today? And he'll say, well, my wife thought I should have an eye exam. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I am still waiting for the day. And if anybody's ever had that, email me, because I've still never had this happen in 30 years. Some woman be sitting there and say, my husband thought I should have an eye exam. Hasn't happened yet. I'm still waiting. So I actually got to talk. I was stranded in Atlanta airport sitting in the restaurant, and there were 8 ladies there. So this is a study of N=8. This isn't a big study. But I thought this is a great opportunity to talk to my target audience. What do you not like about going to the eye doctor? And they said, not really eye doctor, doctor period. The thing that we hate the most is we don't want to walk into this. Hang on, I'm on the phone. The front desk is the worst person in your office to answer the phone. Worst. They should be last. They should definitely not be first. So in Brittany's office, we took the phone, and there was a room that was just like a junk room. We cleaned it out. It actually had a working computer jack and a working phone, and they answer the phone there now. And you heard her say it, that one little tweak, the phone, they're scheduling more patients, the patient's getting better care. And now the front desk person can give that person walking in the front door the attention that they expect. So that is just a big deal. Just talking about tweaks. So there's 2 offices. One, we just needed to add 2 exams a day and give them a pat on the back. They're going to grow $250,000, and we just moved the phone. But you talk to the staff, and it takes a couple of hours. What's holding you back? What's some of the things in this office that's a barrier to growth? And then they tell you, and you fix it. And now I do those types of things on day 1. Now day 2, I can go, okay, now here's my analysis, and here's what I think we need to do. And they're just much more open to do it. So anyway, there you go. I kind of went on a little rant there. So next up is Dr. Amir Khoshnevis. He is the Chief Medical Officer and President of Vision Source. And I decided to bring him on because I said this earlier, and my mom's on here listening. Mom, you taught me this. When you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about what you said later. God, if I heard that growing up once, I heard it a zillion times, but it is so true. And that's why people that say I'm genuine, like that's a big trait of mine, that is Judy Stevens in me. If I tell the truth to you right away, when you come back to me a year later, I'm going to tell you the same thing because it's the truth. And this is a truth for my practice. The 3rd best year of growth I've had in my 30 years of being in practice was the year I joined Vision Source. And the other 2 years were 2 years that we built a new office. So the best year of organic growth I ever had, where I didn't make a major change, was the first year I joined Vision Source. And it's just a sharing of ideas. And so Amir's going to talk about this some, not every community is for everybody, but find one. Find a community of like-minded people that you that go to a meeting, and if you learn something from that meeting and you take it back to your practice and you grow your practice, you should join that group, whatever that group is. But don't try to do this on your own. Find a community that you like, find a group of people that you like, and become part of that family and really help each other out, because that's what it should all be about anyway. So having said that, Dr. Amir Khoshnevis, Becca, start that video.
Well, hello, everybody, again. I actually just landed from Key West. I took a little 4-day vacation to just unwind. And so it's good. I wanted to bring on one of my best friends in the profession. I thought it'd be a good start back. This is a Tuesday, February 16th. And, I've written a book, We're Not Selling, We're Winning. That's what the day's about. And, I bounced back and forth how much I wanted to talk about this in my live stream. And for me, I certainly have my faults like a lot of other people, but I've always considered myself to be a very genuine person. And there's no way I can write a book, talk about how successful I am, and not mention one of the top 2 or 3 things I ever did for my practice, and that was join Vision Source. Just the sharing of ideas, getting together with other doctors and talking about what works and doesn't work in our practice. And then also just the tools that Vision Source gives us in those meetings, whether it's marketing. I can't even think about, I always like to tell people that Vision Source is like the biggest buffet line you've ever stood in. And there's no way you're going to eat all the food at that buffet, but boy, you can pick out your favorites and, pick and choose what you want, what's best for your practice. So, and Dr. Amir Khoshnevis is one of the first people. Dr. Khoshnevis, we met, I'm just going to call you Amir. We're buddies. Even call you Dr. Khoshnevis. We met when we were both speaking for Alcon, I think, way back 20 years ago, I think, at this point. And I've often said that if I could follow somebody around in their practice and just learn, that you would be one of the first people I would say, let me go hang out with him for a day or 2. Dr. Amir Khoshnevis is the president and chief medical officer for Vision Source. But on top of that, he still is active in his practice and in patient care, like all the leaders. pretty much in vision. As a matter of fact, the whole leadership team is pretty much ODs except for one position. Am I correct in saying that?
We've got a great mix of doctors now and a few business folks that bring their business acumen to the table. We need that. I love it.
But mainly run by independent practicing optometrists. And I
True.
think that's actually a key. So Dr. Khoshnevis, I guess that's how I would open it is, you know, I will tell you that, you know, I've grown this multi-million-dollar practice, and the second biggest year of growth that I have had in my practice was the first year. Well, actually, I got to say third. I forgot. The third biggest year of growth I have had in my practice was the year I joined Vision Source. Because of all the ideas I learned. By the way, the number 1 and number 2 were the 2 years I opened a new facility. Okay, so you know, remodeling or opening a new facility is number 1, number 2, but the best year I've ever had in growth in my practice, without doing something major like building a new office, I guess a good way to put it is the best organic year of growth I ever had was the first year I joined Vision Source. I'd like for you to talk about that and what you see in the industry. How do Vision Source practices compare to non-Vision Source practices? And, you know, just fire away.
Sounds good. Kurt, you know, you and I have been friends for a long time, and I would prefer the Amir versus Dr. Khoshnevis.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
We're for your audience and for whoever is taking time to listen to this. First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be with one of those guys that I've looked at throughout my career as being just about as dedicated and genuine as they get. You get what you see with Kurt, and what I love about you is that when I visited your practice years ago and saw the connection you had to the community, the way that you care for your team, the way that you were so complimentary for those who visited your practice. You rolled out the red carpet for me, and I was relatively no one at the time. And you immediately started investing ideas that I had shared with you into your practice, and vice versa. You gave me lots of great tips to take back. And I think that's one of the things that I really would love to anchor this conversation around. When I think about any entity in any industry, if they create a culture of giving, if you truly buy into the idea that we're not competitors, and they bring people together with the idea that we're all in it together, that we are not competition, that we're actually each other's best consultants. That if we were to open up the door to our friends to come, grab anything you want, learn anything you want, copy everything, and just do the same for me. A community of givers that is founded on the idea that giving to each other should be that core value that we build this thing around. It reduces the friction that we feel sometimes when we're outside of that culture. When you go to an open meeting and people are competitive and they don't want to share their best practices or best ideas, or maybe when you ask them what ails them, they're very quick to say, nothing, I'm doing great, everything's perfect. And we all know that any given practice is an ongoing concern. That's what I love to call any given practice. It's an ongoing concern. Why? Just like your children are ongoing concerns, right? You always have to worry about it. You always have to do better. You're always thinking, man, isn't it nice to be around people who are vulnerable, who are willing to tell you, this is what I don't do well, this is what I do well. And then you work together, right? And so, Kurt, you exemplify everything that Vision Source wishes for its members, that you are welcoming, you're warm, you're giving, you're focused on something bigger than self, that you want to be able to look back at your career and say, what I did not only helped me and my family, but it empowered a community to do better. It empowered a community of doctors to take part in that same set of skills that I have, that what I've learned, and to be able to improve other people's lives who work for you, who work for other practices. And ultimately, our profession wins when we have leaders who are committed to something bigger than self. Our profession is always about service, isn't it? It's amazing how this profession has been so service oriented from the beginning. We don't have big egos like a lot of other professions. We have colleagues and friends and community. With that, I think the foundation of Vision Source for me as well. I joined in 2003, and I saw my connection to the community as my enabler for growth. And I absolutely outpaced those who were outside because of that secret, because of the fact that I was inside of a group that cared so deeply for me. I was immediately surrounded by family. It is truly the best thing I ever did in my career, and why I give back today, and why I chose to step away from, a lot of practice care and my personal growth, and give to the community any way I can. So it's an honor to be here with you, Kurt. Thanks for having me, brother.
You said so many things there I want to follow up on. And we're trying to do this in, well, I think 15 or 20 minutes. The generosity thing, truly, it's in my book. I truly believe that the more you give, the more you get.
Amen.
And I've never seen a group facilitate that better than Vision Source. It seems like the more you put into it and the more you give of yourself, the more you get back through Vision Source. And, you're talking about the learning and sharing. A lot of people look at Vision Source and groups like Vision Source for the buying power. Like that's on the forefront of their mind. What I always tell people is I hope that if you came up, and I have, all my members have stayed. I have not lost anyone. I would hope that if you walked up to one of my members and you said, "Why do you stay in Vision Source?" The "I save money" would be almost like an afterthought. Like it'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I go to these meetings and we're all family. We do fun stuff together, but I learned something at every meeting that benefits my practice, either personally or financially." And something, and then Kurt's there, and I can call Kurt anytime and he's there for me. I can call anybody in our Vision Source group at any time and they're there for me. Oh yeah. And I save money. I would almost hope, I didn't sit in optometry school 30 years ago going, one of these days I'm going to pay less than everybody else for a box of contacts. That was not my dream. And that's not how you're going to build $1 million practice. It helps a little bit.
Right.
But the stuff I have learned through Vision Source over the years is a lot of it's in that book. And I learned them from Vision Source doctors, a bunch of independent optometric practices getting together to help each other out. So, I want to address that just a little bit too, because I mentioned this to you earlier, and it's something I hear over and over again. It's kind of the elephant in the room, because the people that aren't in Vision Source, me personally, I don't think I've ever seen a more misunderstood group in my life than Vision Source. There is something that people that aren't in Vision Source think about Vision Source that in my opinion is totally incorrect. And I talked to somebody recently about actually my coaching consulting. And when she found out I was in Vision Source, she says, "Well, I'm the opposite of Vision Source. I'm independent." And I thought, oh my gosh, there's not a group that's more about preserving independent optometry out there outside maybe organized optometry than Vision Source. Like that's what we're about, is helping our doctors. And that's what my book's about. I want not just the smaller practices to stay independent. The whole passion of my book is that we can keep multi-million-dollar practices independently owned by optometry and passed down to the next generation. I'm trying to crack that code. And Vision Source has a lot of programs for that. Like Vision Source is trying to stop the equity and the ophthalmology groups buying up practices. I've got a guess. I do not have a study. This is a guess. But over the last 5 to 10 years, I think if you looked at who equity, I know this is a fact in Tennessee, most of the doctors that would not do Vision Source ended up selling to equity. Like it's a very direct cause. I would say that Vision Source practices stay independent at a lot higher rate than non-Vision Source practices. That's a total guess. Don't have data, don't have a study. And I think I just rambled on a little, but kind of address the, Vision Source and independent optometry connection.
Kurt, I want to first say that I enjoyed listening to you talk about that and seeing the passion come out. I don't know if you've ever seen Glenn Edelsor, the founder of Vision Source, get excited about talking about Vision Source, but he kind of leans in like you just did, and he kind of gets real excited, and you can see it that it's from the heart. It's not words. Every single word he means from the heart. And I think that's first of all, that was just really fun to see you ramble a little bit, because ultimately you and I are just having a conversation. None of this was scripted.
Right. No, it wasn't.
We didn't even know what you're going to ask me, but I can tell you this right now. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to talk about an organization that I am so passionate about, that I often refer to it as my fourth child. I've got 3 kids who are just amazing. And I think Vision Source to me is a community that I care for the same way. And I think that it's important that I say this the right way. To be misunderstood is a privilege. And I really mean that, because it means that you have created a community that really does not do things for the outside world. It does it for the service of its members and the profession and the patients we serve. Honestly, we don't pound our chest outside. We do not create a narrative outside of Vision Source because we're too focused on driving value for our current members. To a fault, we have allowed others outside who want to gain a competitive advantage tell a story about Vision Source that meets their needs. For us, we can go on the offensive, we can get on the defensive and talk and respond, or we can put 99% of our energy on driving value to our members. We made a promise to them. They said, if I join this organization, not only do I want to get the things that I think are table stakes, they're like, I got to get the best buying, the best pricing. Okay, great. I got to make sure that I get great meetings where I can see colleagues and I can communicate, and I love that, and I want a lot of that. Okay, great. We give you over 1,000 member meetings per year nationally, and no one else comes even close to that. And then we have the exchange, and we have regional meetings, and we have the Gateway Tour where we introduce new technologies, innovation, changing the world. We have business of optometry meetings where we teach the core principles of higher level business management. We have protocols that are driven by KOLs yearly and refined that drives the best in clinical care for our members. We invest so heavily in their staff. Not only do we have staff culture that get together and help each other, but we have learning that happens at the highest level. We're the #1 consumer of courses for staff members of the entire sort of ecosystem that we're a part of. But Kurt, I think it's a privilege, because what it means is that our focus has been on the right thing, and that is to take an independent private practitioner in optometry and to do the unthinkable. For 35 years, we've said to them, you will go far alone and you'll go fast, but you will go much further if you're together as a community, that you will learn more, you will do more, you'll achieve more, you'll give back more if you do it together. So taking an independent and just locking arms with their colleagues, not giving up 1 ounce of ownership, not giving up 1 ounce of autonomous practice, and being able to do it together simply means we've lifted the value above buying. Buying is truly the lowest rung on the ladder. We deliver that, and then it's an afterthought after that, to your point. It's all about what can we do together. That changes 3 things to me. And I've been saying this a lot over the last 18 months since I took this position. And I want to be super clear on this incredible opportunity that I have with you, brother. We have 3 bosses at Vision Source. Boss number 1 is the patient you serve. Boss number 2 is the doctor that we serve. And boss number 3 is the profession that we love so much. So for me, it's always patient outcomes. It's always practice success second. And it's always profession's elevation third, in that order, every time. Every decision must be made with that. And that is the alignment that I have with my leadership team. Every decision must be made that way. No investor, no outside interference. That's the way we move forward. And I hope for those listening, they will see it in the way that we're moving forward as an organization today in every action we take. We don't need marketing. We'll do it. We'll walk the walk. And hopefully that means something to people.
I think that was well said. You know, what I would even say, you know, now I'm going to step out and be Kurt Steele, the coach. If for some reason Vision Source is not for you, look at some other groups, because it is very, very, very hard to just be on an island by yourself these days. So yeah. I would say look at Vision Source first, but you know, if there was one thing for everybody, we would all join it.
But Kurt, before you move on, there's a really important point that I want to make here. We would love like-minded, sort of practicing at the height of their licensure, doctors and practices to join Vision Source, and that's who we attract. We don't market ourselves because we also protect the territories around our doctor practices that are currently in. So if you really think about it, we have a limited availability of spots that are open. So it's not for everyone, even by design. It's only a few spots left in any given area. And we realize that those who really want to be part of this community will join us when the time is right, whether that's opening or it's a practice transition. Instead of selling to non-private, we want to sell only to private buyers, or it's because we planted a new practice where there was open territory. So we put over 250 startups over the last few years that are part of Vision Source. So we're planting seeds while others are cutting them down. And I just think that's an important legacy that we're leaving behind.
I want to bring, there's 3 or 4 things I'm going to bring up. Then I'm going to actually kind of close because I've got a lot of cool people on this, but you're the coolest as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, thank you, man.
It's not just about, like you mentioned, buying is the lowest rung. And I kind of agree with that. And I'm going to tell you just an interesting thing. I actually, many years ago, Vision Source had me speak with this doctor who has 6 locations about joining Vision Source. He was there as a guest at the exchange, which, by the way, if you're watching this and you're a candidate to be in Vision Source, come to the exchange. He had 6 locations, and he, talked to him about joining, and he came up to me a year later at the next exchange, and he said, I broke even. Okay. And I thought, well, do I duck? Do I shake his hand? What do I do? And he smiled real big, and he said, owning 6 practices, that was at least a 2-day-a-month job I used to have, negotiating with vendors. And it was the lowest rung. I don't have to do that anymore. So even though maybe he broke even financially in his calculations, that's 2 days he can see patients. That's 2 days he could go play golf. That's 2 days that I gave him 24 days a year in a year. Yeah. So it's not just this, it's Vision Source takes care of a lot of things so we can concentrate on our patients and our practice. That's just, and I got to bring this up too, because people still talk about the community, the family. It is still talked about this day amongst my members, how y'all came through during COVID. It is still a topic of conversation. Like, I do not know that I could have made it through COVID without those every Thursday night, without fail, Mick Kling and Laurie Sorrenson, whoever else coming on, just here's what we need to do this week to get through this. That is still I bet you that as low as it was before COVID, I'll bet you our dropout rate dropped after COVID even further. Like I know it's well in the 90s, but that would just be a guess, because my members still talk about it. Like, boy,
I know.
COVID.
I know. It was a moment of truth for us to say, if you really have a community, the time is when you set aside everything else and you focus on the thing you promised you would do, which is to really enable independent optometrists to be at their full potential. And at that moment of truth, it wasn't about our business anymore. We literally shut down the business and we said, we are only in business for one thing and one thing only, and that is to get information in front of our membership as fast as possible and work out all of the challenges they're going to face ahead of time by having the minds like the Laurie Sorrensons, the Mick Klings, Aaron Warners, focus on driving value to our members only. And when you do that and you show your true value, and honestly, we also said share it with anyone, even beyond our community, because we're in it for private practice. We're in it for optometry. We're not in it for self. Then that's when the community really was wowed by it. It was awesome to see the rapid growth of our members coming out of COVID. It was awesome to see the number of new practices that we opened and so few that we actually closed the doors to. That's a really sad thing about COVID, is it hurt us. But today our community is actually soaring. Kurt, I don't know if I've told you or not, but our NPS is at an all-time high this year. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that our membership is looking at us going, wow, we've got a lot of dedicated leaders who are saying and doing everything. When they say it, they'll do it. And it's a lot of practicing ODs joining with really talented business people who have been tenured in the organization for a long time. And there's a passion for Vision Source that's palpable. So it's a really good time for us. And I don't mean to sell Vision Source. I don't need to. I really am talking to a buddy who's in Vision Source that tends to feel that way. But I just hope that all of private practice can look at community and giving and sharing as the core of success for private practice long term. We should not be on islands anymore. You should always have colleagues that you're connected with. Anyway. You
need to have something there. I agree. So, okay, I'm going to shoot 2 questions at you once. One, because I appreciate your answer earlier about really we're not worried about what the outside people say. We're more interested in our members being 99, we're and all that. But then the second part, because it's the passion behind my books, I'm going to ask them both at the same time so we can kind of make this the ending question.
Okay.
And maybe the first one may be a little awkward, but I'll just ask it anyway. The people that aren't in Vision Source, that have whatever this thought process they have of Vision Source, like what would you want to tell them about Vision Source that maybe they're not getting? Number two, I want you to talk on the programs Vision Source has to help doctors transition their practices to future doctors and keep them independent. That is the passion behind my book. I'm tired of multi-million-dollar practices having to sell to equity or ophthalmology. I think, by the way, and I think this is indicative of optometry right now, period. 6 out of 11 of our current AOA officers do not own their practices. And I think that's a little scary. Now, before I go any further, anybody that volunteers their time like that deserves our utmost 100% respect. That is not a shot or a slight or anything. All 6 of those people that do not own their practice are serving their profession and losing money and losing family time to do so, and deserve our respect. But I also think that over the last 30 years, we've gone from owning well over half of our practices to less than half of our practices. And I think the AOA board is indicative of that, 6 out of 11. 5 of the 11 are private practitioners. And by the way, I don't think this is an accident. I think it's 4 of the 5 are Vision Source doctors that are on that AOA board. I don't think that's an accident either. So the 2 questions, what would you want to say to just everybody if there's one thing you wanted them to know about Vision Source, maybe that they don't? And number 2, the programs that we have in place to help doctors. Because another thing I hear that is often wrong is you see on Facebook things, well, if your startup, Vision Source is good, but as you get bigger, it doesn't make as much sense. I will tell you, and this is not opinion, this is math, because I'm an administrator for 24 practices. My larger practices benefit the most from Vision Source, not the least. That is an absolute 180 degree from what the truth is. So, but those big practices are the one that need help to stay independent as well. And so I think Vision Source is great for those practices to help them come up with creative ways to transfer ownership where both sides win, which is the whole point of my book. So there were 2 questions in there somewhere.
Sure. Kurt, first of all, I think that you've answered several things that I could have said, but I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to honestly answer this in multiple ways because it's all true. One thing I would say to someone who maybe is looking at Vision Source who doesn't know if it's right for them is, I think any great business person, I don't care what stage of life you're in, I don't care what your business acumen is, I think you deserve to hear it firsthand. I think when people listen to other people's narratives, there is a chance you're not getting the truth. And you should always just say, as a business person, I should listen, right? And then make my own informed decisions. So engage with us, reach out. It doesn't matter, multiple ways. You can go to visionsource.com. You can see who is a Vision Source member and ask who can I connect with. But honestly, look at your practice as a CEO and say, does it make sense for me to consider this? Because it's bigger than a buying group. It's not even an alliance. Vision Source is a membership model that aims to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to figure out what success looks like for you and to be able to curate programs and resources for you to be able to achieve your goals. We're only successful when our members are successful. So it completely behooves us to make sure that we have the right people, resources around you. So that's what I would anchor on is we have 185 doctor leaders who have raised their hands and said, I will be the trusted colleague in any given community, and I will open up my practice and let any of my members benefit from it, but I'll be there to ensure they have the best meetings, I make sure they have the best resources, they hear it first. I'm there as a consultant, and then I have the community, right? So it's people. Then we have a business person dedicated to your practice that can really help dissect where we can help bring in resources and value. And then we have staff development and staff leaders that will also help you achieve your goals. Folks, we're not online as a resource, we are in your world. We are with you as much as you want. No one will ever walk in your practice and tell you how to do anything at Vision Source. That is against our motto. That's against our values. We'll always be there, but with real people, with real resources, and then with technology behind those people that can help you. So that's the one thing I would really want to share with someone. The second is, if you're successful, practice life cycle should be from the moment you are in optometry school. You should be thinking about, what am I going to do and how am I going to eventually be hopefully owning my own practice and answering to no one outside of my lane ever. I want to have full autonomy of patient care, and I don't want to answer to anyone except my team and the patients that I serve. Those are the two constituents that I don't want to answer to anyone else. So if that's what you're thinking, you engage with us early on. We have, through our next program, every solution from practice lifecycle, from startup, warm start, from the fastest to success through our deep partnerships with the industry and consulting, to practice growth, to expansion, to be able to add locations. We bring resources, financial help, and we also bring in know-how. And then we help our practitioners come up with an exit strategy that does 3 core things. So if you just tell us, hey, this is my runway, I don't care how long it is, tell us what you want. We have incredibly sharp people who are dedicated to you to ensure you get maximum value for your practice over time. So he or she can say, I want to exit with maximum value. I want to exit with a safeguard of my people and my legacy, and then safeguard of my community. And I truly believe that a private practitioner in any given community, especially private optometry, is essential to the healthcare delivery system in that community. And if we can protect our doctors to make sure that relationship remains as pure as possible, patient-doctor relationship, one-on-one, that's the soul of any given practice. If we can do that and we put our money where our mouth is, we will absolutely help support practice transitions in order to make sure you get most value out of it. Then why in the world would you short sell your practice and give it away? Why would you risk your legacy? Why would you risk having to answer to someone outside your door who is practicing without a license, as far as I'm concerned? And why would you give up on your community that loves you and trusts you? I'm sorry, that's a very personal message there. And I know you and I are passionate about this. I'm not bashing those who
it's
sell.
the number one reason for my book. What made me decide to write the book was I got tired, because I wanted you to bring up Vision Source next, because it seems like practices are at jeopardy at that moment. Oh my gosh, I'm in my 60s and I've not even thought of this yet. Vision Source does a great job of getting you thinking about it early on in your career. I mean, it's at Vision Source meetings I learned my model. And I've already, I still own a third of my practice, and it's worth as much as my half was 10 years ago.
That's awesome.
So I wanted to bring that up. So Amir, we went a little longer than I wanted, but I actually know we didn't. I kind of knew this might happen, but you and I have a very, very, we have the same passion, and you're just, and thank you right back. You're one of the most genuine, passionate, and talented people I know. And I have the utmost respect for you. And like I said, it wouldn't be lying, but it would be leaving out a big truth if I did not include Vision Source in this, because it truly is, like I said, the third best year, the best organic year of growth I had without moving into a new building was the first year I joined Vision Source. It was like getting fed by a fire hose, but I was able to get some of that information implemented in my practice, and it really worked. And I'll let you close.
Kurt, first of all, I want to say congratulations for deciding that this chapter of your life is about giving in every way. You are serving your community, you're serving your profession, you're writing books, you're consulting, you're doing everything to give back. So thank you for that. First of all, our younger doctors definitely need it today more than ever. The second is I'm proud to have you as part of our community in Vision Source, and your leadership has meant the world to our members. And so thank you for that. And then lastly, look, any chance I get to speak to my passion, whether it's Vision Source or private practice, is a win for me personally. So thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right, Dr. Amir Khoshnevis, President, Chief Medical Officer of Vision Source. Thank you for your time. I know you've got a crazy life and you're busy. meant a lot to me. And like I said, I can't imagine doing this without talking to you, and thank you.
Best of luck. Thank
All
you.
right, you take care.
Okay.
Dr. Amir Khoshnevis.
Well, hello, everybody again.
One of my best friends in this profession. And, because it's the passion of my book and the, 6 minutes I have before on the schedule, I get to Dr. Robert Layman. Vision Source has great programs to help transition practices, and helping get low interest-free loans. And it's amazing the infrastructure that they have to help keep practices independent and transfer that ownership. And just Amir talked about over and over again, probably my favorite part was that he's okay with being misunderstood. Even though it kind of hurts sometimes to see some narratives out there about this group I'm in that's really helped my practice that are just simply not true. Because, Vision Sources, what made me decide to interview him is I had a client, a potential client, talk to me, and she said, "Now, I see you're in Vision Source. Well, I'm the opposite of that. I'm independent." And I thought, that is 180 degrees from the truth. Vision Source doctors are the most fiercely independent doctors out there. And I will tell you that being a part of Vision Source is a big reason that I succeed and I can use the next program to transfer practices. And I will tell you, at least in the state of Tennessee, and this is not a secret, there are people that are kind of anti-Vision Source. And I will tell you in Tennessee, and this is also math, this is an opinion, that Vision Source practices through COVID and equity survived at a much higher rate than the anti-Vision Source practices. As a matter of fact, a lot of the anti-Vision Source practices sold to equity. And that's just simply the truth. That's fact. And that's a fact that I share. And like I said, it's not for everybody. But I guess here's the lesson is, if you're thinking of joining any group, to me, the secret sauce is the local and regional meetings. So if you go, I would hope, some Vision Source administrator, I would hope that if you ask one of my members, why are you in Vision Source, the savings would be like the fourth or fifth thing they would say. The number one thing I would say is, boy, Kurt, he's there for me. He's there for, and we have these meetings and I learn and I learn and I learn. So find you a community, a group that you fit in and you enjoy the meeting. And that's what I always tell people. I'm thinking of joining this. I'm thinking of joining that. My first response to that is go to the meeting, go to the local meeting. And then maybe even if you, this year, the national meeting is in Nashville. So, pretty easy place to get if it's something you're considering. It's a great practice management meeting, whether you join or not. Come to the exchange, talk to your local administrator, come to the exchange. But the overall message number is find you a group of people that are like-minded and share ideas with, and we do that. We do have public forums to do that, but they're public forums. There's still just a certain amount of information you're going to hold back just a little bit in a public forum. So being able to get together with a group you truly trust and are family with in kind of a private environment and you can share ideas is just, there's not an amount of money you can put on what's that is worth. So having said that, I've got two people left, and I did this for 3 hours last night, and I thought that was pretty long, and I'm at 3.5 this night. But Dr. Robert Layman, I may not even have to introduce him, but, basically he served in our profession in every capacity you can think of. He's, past AOA president. He is now the chair for the Center of Independent Practice. He's got a private practice in Ohio, and he just does a lot for our profession. It deserves our respect. And I wanted to bring him on next to last because he chairs the Center for Independent Practice for the American Optometric Association. And that's what this book is about, is preserving independent optometry. So we're going to do that. I think we talk about 30 minutes with him, and then we're going to close with my beautiful wife. And if I forget to do it, Mark Murphy said it earlier. He's like, aren't we trying to launch a book? And I get so passionate about trying to share information, I forget. Go to Amazon, please. If you haven't bought it yet and you're thinking of buying it, I launched a book today. And I guess, here it's blessing. It's actually doing very well. So I'm just not too worried about, mentioning it. I'm so overwhelmed and blessed and thankful for how well it's doing. It's been number one all day, and that's just fantastic. So without further ado, the Center for Independent Practice chair, past AOA president, fellow Vision Source administrator, and just great guy and great friend, Dr. Robert Layman. Becca, go ahead and start that video.
Hello, everybody. Again, Dr. Kurt Steele here, and thank you for joining my live stream. Could not have a live stream without having Dr. Robert Layman on, and he practices. What city in Ohio, Dr. Layman?
I live in Toledo, Ohio. I have a practice just north of the border in Lambertville, Michigan.
So, the reasons I want to bring you on here are multi, but there's several. The first one, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, but there are people out there that people really like, and there are people out there that people really respect, and you fall in both categories. You're just one of the most liked and respected people I know, because first of all, you're just a great person and a great friend. But then on top of that, you've served as AOA president. You're now chairing the Center of Independent Practice for the AOA.
Right.
And you just do a lot for optometry. I can't think of, when you say who's done the most for optometry as an OD, especially in a volunteer capacity, I can't think of anybody more than Dr. Robert Layman. And if, not for the AOA, I would not be able to practice to the scope that I can practice at, because all these state acts, which I'm going to brag on her, and I'm going to interview her later. Dr. Emily Eisenhower, my junior partner and chair and legislative chair and past president of Tennessee, spearheaded a vote out of the Senate Health Committee Wednesday, 2 days ago, 8-1. Laser bill's gone out of Senate Health. And as you know, the Senate committee is where a lot of things go to die. So when you come out of Senate, you're doing pretty well. So but the Tennessee gets its help from the AOA. So without the AOA, we can't do what we do. You and I are both a part of something called Vision Source, and we shared a lot of ideas, and I've learned a lot from you that's grown my practice. And you're just also a very influential person in our profession. So I'm honored that you decided to come on, and I want to say thank you for that. And thank you all for all you do for optometry, and thank you for your friendship. And I'll let you tell anything else I missed there.
No, that's very kind of you, Kurt. And I enjoy the friendship we have, and also the ability to work with such great colleagues across the country when in the volunteer services for the profession.
So, when you look at the profession today, because you have served at the highest level of organized optometry, not just the highest levels, but you've served as our president. What excites you about our profession, and what concerns you?
I'm most excited about all the advances in the profession, like myopia management, different things like aesthetics, preventive and restorative technologies in dry eye, glaucoma, autoimmune disease. The things we can deliver that make our patients' lives better have expanded so much since I graduated. And I get a kick out of being able to do that every day. What scares me a little bit and concerns me is the overwhelming third-party disrespect for what we delivered to the healthcare system. The limitation on reimbursements, they make it harder to grow when they don't value our services and our care.
Oh, gosh, I couldn't agree more. So, so now I want to expand on that just a little bit, because that is a big concern of when you go to an OD, say Facebook site. That is a big concern, is the third party plans, and they always say well, the AOA should be doing this and the AOA should be doing that, and I always want to respond to them, even on a state level, how hard it is to get legislation passed, but on a federal level, it is a 5-10 year plan. It is not. It's like turning the Titanic. So these people say, what is the AOA? What they should be doing? As somebody that's been to the Capitol Hill event several times, I want to go, we're actually doing all we can. We're fighting the insurance industry, which has all sorts of resources. And so maybe, I would ask you that when people say that, tell them what the AOA is doing and what we can and can't do. Maybe also explain that as well.
There's limitations with antitrust laws of what we can do as a body, as an organization. And there's rules of engagement with legislators and with legislative initiatives that have to be followed. And the person who's not involved in the legislative process enough to understand all of the guardrails and all of the difficulties and all the influence that is delivered by much bigger entities than us, that it's kind of a David and Goliath thing. We are outnumbered and outspent every time. And yet we have relationships which carry us through with our legislators because we're usually on the right side of the angels with our issues. We're patient focused. And that takes a long time for things that are right to get to the finish line. And we just have to understand that people that are impatient or grousing about what's not being done usually have not been down there slogging it out in the halls of Congress or their state house trying to make it occur. They're just, it's easy to be a keyboard cowboy and complain.
Well, I've often said online that if we spend half the time we're spending on Facebook talking about it, doing something,
right,
we would be in much, much better shape than we are now. So I agree with you on that. So, then now to shift gears just a little bit. So and you can tell me, because I interviewed Alan Glazier already, and of course he's in the equity, and so that I got to hear the other side of it. So, my personal thing is, and why I wrote the book and why I decided to do the coaching consulting thing is 30 years ago when I started doing this, I would say if you walked into an optometric office or an office where there was an optometrist there was about a 70 to 75% chance that an OD owned that practice.
Right.
And I would say today that number is more 40%.
I couldn't disagree.
And honestly, and I actually did my research on this and made sure I said something accurate.
Sure.
The current AOA board, the AOA board of trustees, 11 of them, 6 of them do not own their practices. And I think so that means more than half. Now, I always like to clarify this. That is not a slight. Anybody that does what you did and what they're doing deserves our utmost respect. You do not make a dime. You lose money when you volunteer and you do what those people have done. And they deserve our utmost respect. And they are serving our profession, and they are helping anybody that's watching this. Those 11 people are helping you, and they're helping your practice, and they're helping your profession. So I want to make sure I get that completely clear. But that also means go ahead.
Right about the demographics, but it probably represents what's going on in our profession.
That's exactly right. I think slightly less than half of us own our practices now.
Right.
I could go into a myriad of lists of reasons I find that concerning that we're not owning our businesses anymore. Should I be concerned about that? And if I am right about the fact that we don't own our practices might affect our ability to advocate for optometry, what's at stake there? What's going on?
Well, I'm a firm advocate for owner operators, I'll call it that, where you have total control over your opportunity to deliver the care that you see fit. The Center for Independent Practice stands for independent decision making. No matter what the environment, you can practice in any building and still have independence, or somebody else pulls your string. And the independents are the ones that are going to lead this profession forward because they can immediately engage. Scope of practice advances. There are no limits. Nobody puts an artificial lid on your practice when you're in charge. Now, you can't always say that for other business models. So that's why I'm so firmly tied to the fact that independent practice is going to carry optometry's advances probably a lot faster than other modalities and other people not necessarily volunteering their time and energy and resources coming from the heart because they can't engage the outcome as much as an owner and an operator can.
The other thing that just hits me too is when you don't own your own practice, you can show up to work one day and your life is completely changed with one stroke of a pen.
Yeah.
And you have no say in that whatsoever. So, anyway, the whole passion of my book is I want to teach optometrists. It seems like there's an area in that 1 to 2 million range.
Mm-hmm.
Where a lot of optometrists it's almost like they don't know where to go next. And they don't know how to get to that $3, $4, $5 million range. And so they just sell. I can't handle this anymore. So, the whole point of my book is I want to help independent optometrists use this as a blueprint to have multi-million-dollar, multi-doctor practices and then keep them independently owned and also transition them to future doctors and keep it that way. So that's it. That's my goal. I'm 56 years old. I think I've probably another 10 to 15 years to go. I want to spend a lot of it doing that. So, speaking of my coaching company, so one of my biggest honors so far is you've actually sat in on a cohort group with me. And then I ran a retreat and you sent Dr. Hardy and your office manager there. And so fantastic. You know, first of all, thank you for your faith in that. And, you know, what made you decide to work with me as a client?
Two things. I always know that I don't have all the answers, and I'm curious about what other people have discovered and implemented, and what do they know that I could know and do, and what could I share of what I know with them. So that's always been my philosophy. But the other thing that drew me to your services was the suboptimal culture that has developed in my practice. It just wasn't like it used to be. And I wanted to find ways to restore that culture.
Well, thank you. So number one, and I've done, you know, I haven't done your on-site, but you came to a retreat of mine. I will actually Monday in my live stream, my first interview will be a live from a consult I'm doing that day. So I'm really putting my money where my mouth is. If I don't do a good job that day, we're going to get to hear, man, he's not very good. But I will, number one, I'm not cookie cutter. I never, the last one I did was in Minnesota. I don't know what made me decide to go to Minnesota in February, but there you go. I showed up and I got out of the car and she said, well, I came out to help you with your stuff. And I said, I don't have stuff. Every practice is different. And by the way, not only I'm going to learn from you what you need, I'm also going to learn from you some things I'm probably going to need. Every on-site I've done, I probably learned a thing or two I took back to my office.
Yeah,
so they call it a practice for a reason. You're always practicing, which means you're always learning and getting better.
Right.
The culture thing, and that's a big part of my book. I had 30 people in that cohort study, and 27 out of 30, when I asked what's your biggest pain point, that was it, staff. So when I go on site, there's, you know, and it's hard to fix culture issues in 2 days. That's why I do a follow-up and then a 3-month follow-up visit. It's part of my deal. But yeah, culture is huge. So that kind of answers another question I had is, you know, what was it in your practice that made you say, I need a different perspective? And I'll let you kind of expand on that again.
Well, it's because times are different and we have to adapt. We cannot be the same practice and the same person next year that we are today because circumstances are going to be different. So you have to always be in a growth mindset, and bringing ideas in from other people helps perpetuate that growth mindset that is so important to success in a practice that you own. And so that was probably the big thing. The other thing was, you know, you're very transparent with your numbers. You're very forthcoming with what works for you. And I don't think that you have any sort of, you know, cookie cutter thing, or you hold back certain things from different clients. You're authentic, Kurt. You get what you get, and it's wonderful.
Thank you.
So
I appreciate that. You know, and I share and this is the kind of advice for everybody else. I actually put a video out on this because I saw this 3 or 4 times on like these the ODs, the Facebook pages, different ones, is should you share your numbers with your team? And I'm like, absolutely, you should. Yeah. How do they know how they're doing if you don't show them how we're doing?
Right. Yeah, that's just, why should it be mysterious? It shouldn't.
And by the way, I'll say this, and we're getting off track here. That's okay, because that's what I wanted to do. I just want this to be a conversation between 2 friends. Is
sure.
The doctors that say to me, I don't want to show them the numbers. Now, I don't just go, here's the doctor's salary. I don't get that blunt.
No, that's
but I do show them the percentages. I would tell you that if you just went up to a typical, a normal optometry office and asked a team member how much of the money that comes into this practice does the doctor take home, I would bet you the most common answer would be half.
Probably. Yeah, they just don't know.
Most doctors think that they're scared of what if their team finds out what they make, and usually actually the team thinks they're making more than they're really making. Like when I show them the numbers of the practice, it goes from the doctors just making all this money and I'm making nothing to holy crap, I'm surprised you can keep the doors open. You know, and it really puts a great perspective to the team. Like, you know, actually we're doing good if I get to take home, you know, 25 to 30% of the money out of this place. It really surprised. It's amazing. I almost feel like The Price is Right. I put the categories up and I put how much of percent. And as the numbers, I keep writing them down and I go to the doctor pay last. You can see them looking at and adding it up, like going, "Oh my gosh!" So so you know, to me, the numbers are important. So you know, and you know, so you sat through the cohort session with me, and then you you sent Dr. Hardy and it was your office manager's
Stephanie is
I'm glad. I'm usually not good with names, but actually Stephanie was very good, and I really enjoyed meeting her. What's the one thing that changed in your practice, maybe that you didn't expect coming out of both of those things?
Well, the very first thing we did after I sat in on your cohort was that we had been open 2 nights a week, late hours until 7 p.m. And the very first thing we decided was that's not helping our team. That's not, you know, employee centric. So we closed one of our nights and we limited the time that people had to stay late. And we're rotating it so no one person has to work until 7 more than one night a week or a month.
Oh, that's even better. Wow. Okay.
We're open every week, but we trade people so that they're not getting, stuck late. And just the mindset that, hey, we ought to not have all of our policies catering to the patient all the time. It has to cater to the people that work for us that deliver that excellent care so they don't get worn out.
Oh, thank you. That's well, I have to ask. So how's that played out
Okay.
since you've made changes? What's the results been, maybe both financially and emotionally and personally?
Yeah, we didn't have a great January because everything was so cold and closed down. But overall, if you take a look at the last quarter, we're growing and we're having the growth we want. And we have, better than that, a vibe in the office of collaboration instead of drama and comparison culture. We've really eliminated that part of it because I think they like their jobs better because they're not being asked to do late hours. I think that's part of
Yeah.
it.
So if you don't mind, there's three things that I came out of that. And I always learn from you. I'm learning that something that, number one, the 3 p.m. patient is every bit as profitable as the 6 p.m. patient.
Sure.
No, and to expand on that, I would rather build a culture where somebody will come at 3 o'clock because we're so good instead of I'm coming to you because you're open at 6. And that's the only reason I'm here.
I couldn't agree with you more.
So number two, it didn't hurt you financially, but I will tell you that I think long term, when you look back 2 years from now, you will see overall a growth trend, from that. So that's just a couple of things I think of right there. So, God, there was a third thing and I've already forgotten it. The book comes out next week, and I'm telling you, it's a crazy time right now. So, was there anything that surprised you about your well, you know what? This is kind of a weird question for you because your numbers, but is there something when you dig into when we dig into your numbers together and you actually did the cohort, did anything surprise you about the metrics of your practice?
What I guess surprised and disappointed me was the lengthy RCM, the revenue cycle management issue, where we're not very effective at the time of getting everything built out immediately and then following up on those things that might have been requiring follow-up, like rejections and denials and things. That was not a strong suit of our billing department, and that's been shored up considerably. We've had a reduction in our accounts receivables lately. And I know now that everything that we deliver on Monday is getting billed out no later than Tuesday or Wednesday. And there's not this big lag time that it had fallen through the cracks. We hadn't been paying close attention to it because we were doing okay cash flow wise. I never lived beyond my means, and we were meeting our goals, but we could do better. And that's the one thing that you showed me that we needed to focus on was this, I'll call it revenue cycle management.
That's a good one. So going through this process helps you relook at things.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just don't take the time to do it. It's almost like if nothing else, when you bring on somebody like me, it makes you slow down and go, okay, let's look at this again. So, and yeah, I have a section in my book called Silent Killers, and accounts receivable is definitely a silent killer. It is very easy to overlook. So, and I want to talk about, and I remember the third thing now.
Good.
But this is something too that I think you've experienced as well, is one of the big parts of my book, and I think you're one of the people, and I did interview her. Before you found Stephanie, you said, where can I find a Molly? Molly's my office manager, and I interviewed her. Is the when it comes to the culture, the first person you got to look at is yourself.
Right.
I've often said this. The dumbest thing I ever said in my life was our morale was down many years ago in this practice, and I told the person that brought it up to me, well, there's 15 of you, and there's 2 of me, or 2 doctors. So really, you guys have more control over that than I do. I really truly think that's the dumbest thing I've said in 30 years of practice ownership.
Yeah. Now
And
you know.
if you are a doctor, and and I'm sorry if this rankles people a little bit. If you're the doctor and you have a culture issue, you've got to look at how you're running the practice first, because
Right.
you set the tone. The doctor sets the culture. But number two, then your office manager. And the story is in the book, but I took a part-time college student 5.5 years ago and made her my office manager. And I'm going to brag on her too. I interviewed her with her. Amy, who's been here 26 years, and I'm proud of her for this, was the first one to come to me. And then she could have gotten mad because she was my longest term employee. She said, if I heard you make Molly office manager. And I said, yeah. She said, that's going to be the smartest decision you ever made. And I'm proud of Amy for having the care of this practice that she's been here 26 years. And your office manager also sets the tone. If your office manager is kind of a negative, whatever, then that can have a problem as well. So speak on that.
Turnover for that reason. Now we have a real business manager.
So anyway, anything else you want to add to that before I guess we'll kind of wrap it up here in a second, but that's, because Stephanie seemed like I really enjoyed meeting Stephanie, and I think I would like to hear how that's going.
Oh, it's been fantastic. We really have had some new people that she's brought on. She's very focused on the onboarding side to be effective as a great onboarding experience for new employees, and divided up the duties and has trained up our leads in our different departments to be more responsible and hold people more accountable. And that's a better environment for everyone when they all know that they're rewarded and held accountable for their results. And we've got systems that are doing better every day. So yeah, I agree with you totally. Part of it is you got to look in the mirror and say, where am I coming short in my leadership and what needs to be shored up? And the other part is, how can I get the people around me to do what needs to be done so that I can get my time back? And I just read a really good book about Get Your Time Back, and I highly recommend it.
Good deal. So anyway, if you could sit down with every independent optometrist in America and give them one piece of advice, what would it be?
I would say you've got the power to do anything in this profession for patient care that you desire, and the resources are there from AOA through the Center for Independent Practice, from Vision Source and other groups that do this, from your peers, from consultants like Kurt, who have perspectives that they want to share, because I think like Kurt, you and I, we just want people to win. We want them to rules. It's so great when you win. We both had real good outcomes, and the lifestyle that optometry has delivered for my family just has been the reason that I want to volunteer back. I've been a volunteer in AOA for 40 years, and I have no intention of giving that up if I can deliver care. And just like you want to give back. And I think that that mindset of being there for others is really important to a lot of people's success. And if you don't have that desire, it's not for you, that's okay. But we want to nurture a whole, just an army of people that are foot soldiers for independent optometry.
I couldn't agree more. We're in lockstep on that one. So my book is named We're Not Selling, We're Winning. And the whole point of that is, I could have sold to equity 3 or 4 times. And like I said, and there's some doctors that probably need to do it. I mean, I've had doctors in my Vision Source groups come to me and say, Kurt, you made this about as enjoyable as you possibly could. I just do not enjoy running a practice.
Right.
And so, that's just the reality of it. But, I do think that we need to keep some independence for sure in our practice. But that's what We're Not Selling, We're Winning means to me is, I've kind of figured out a way to kind of become my own equity group. I'm bringing on doctors, but what does We're Not Selling, We're Winning mean to you as someone I can't think of anybody that's fought more for optometry at the national level than you have. What does that signify for you?
I think your title puts into words my mindset, that is, money cannot buy your reputation as a trusted advisor in your community and with your patients that you serve. And selling out just for the dollars, it's going to be very unsatisfying. It's not something I plan to do. If all of my future retirement is based on selling the practice to somebody, then I've done a very poor retirement planning ahead of time. I don't need my practice to be my retirement plan, but some people do, and I don't judge them for it. But I have all along had a different plan than that. I want to keep doing this. And I see sometimes where people sell out and then what happens afterwards isn't the plan they had for the legacy of their practice long term. And I don't want that disappointment in my world.
I agree. And I'll tell you this too, just to give away a little bit of the book is I got fortunate enough to meet a guy who I've also interviewed for this named Mark Murphy, who's my financial guy.
Yeah.
My financial guy for 3 years told me to quit sending him money. And I think that shows what type of person he is. He said, I want you for 3 years to take every dime and grow your practice.
Wow.
Because you do not have a better investment. I do not have a stock. I do not have a real estate investment that beats investing in yourself. And so for 3 to 4 years, he had me just grow the practice.
It
So
works.
he's also just become one of my best friends because that's just incredible to have a financial guy that cares about you that much. But he 20 years ago, no, actually 17, 18 years ago, he said, it's time to start adding doctors to your practice and start your exit strategies now. So I have sold shares of this practice now twice.
Yeah.
And I have made a 700% return on investment, and I still own a third of it.
It can be done. Yeah.
And I've sold it for probably perhaps a little less than market value, but I've hired really talented optometrists that took their share and grew it exponentially.
Yeah.
My third right now is still worth more than what I bought 30
Sure.
years ago.
100.
I've attracted better optometrists by being transparent with the numbers. They knew what the offer was. And by the way, I don't have associates. Everybody's a potential partner. And there's a 5-year plan. There's a 2-year, what I'll call dating. Then there's a 3-year engagement. Then we get married. And it works real well. And so, it's almost like I'm my own equity group. I'm selling shares of my practice as I go, and they're paying me to be in, and it's worked real well. So, anything else you want to add? Just anything that maybe we didn't cover that you would want to say to everybody watching?
I think it's really important to have books like this and people like you that can show folks that it can be done. And we just need to get that out there more. I'm totally behind the concept, and the words that you put into it make it easier to understand for a lot of people that feel like it's unattainable. It's easily attainable. And I bless you for going out and making this a lot more visible to the community that needs it, because they're hearing enough from all the other bigger entities. They've got bigger budgets to tell their story. We got to have independent people like you tell that story and make it known for that to resonate with young people, to know that they can have control of their destiny. Very vital.
Thank you. Well, coming from Dr. Robert Layman, who, and you don't have to respond to this, I don't expect you to. I cannot think of a name that has done more for our profession on a volunteer level than you. If you just listed what you've done for optometry on a sheet of paper, it's going to match up with anybody in this country. So for you to say that about me is about as big an honor as I can think of. And I appreciate you coming on today.
Thanks for the opportunity, Kurt.
All right. You take care.
You too. Bye now.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. So, okay. Sorry about that. Let me start back from the beginning. Dr. Robert Layman. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Layman. We should all have a lot of respect for Dr. Layman and what he does for our profession. And, like I said, he volunteers I wanted to have him next to last because I just have a lot of respect for the fact that he served as our national president, and he just does a great job. Some of the things he mentioned about me, transparency. I mentioned it in the thing there, the interview. I see it on many Facebook pages, like how much of your numbers should you show your staff? And I show mine pretty much all of them. Number one is kind of funny. Most doctors are kind of scared like of their team finding out what they make. Usually your team thinks you're making a lot more than you're actually making. So I showed the numbers to a team today here in Georgia. And at the end, I said, what's something you learned? And one of the staff members said, I actually feel a lot better about my pay, and I feel a lot better about the decisions that are made here because I now see what goes into it. How does your team know how they're performing if they don't know how you're performing? So, involve them in those decisions. And no, I'm not cookie cutter. Dr. Layman mentioned I'm not cookie cutter because every practice is so unique and different. The solution to their issue is different. It may be move the desk and the phone to a back room. It may be in Oregon moving the front desk so they can see the front door because of an optical display. It could be. Every practice is different, and I really just try to go in and tailor make the solutions we're going to come up with to that office. So I'll just tell you two things to help your culture: being transparent with your numbers and cross training. The offices that have that's not my job attitude, or this is all I do. Number one, every station in your practice, whether it's tech, front desk, or optical, they all think they do everything and the other two areas don't do anything. And then the billing and coding might even be worse because they're almost kind of hidden from the scene. Cross-train everybody, and usually what you will find is they are surprised at how much it takes to run the frame board and sell and be an optical and to bill and code, and then the techs who have to get all the patients ready. Usually it's a surprise to the team to find out what everybody else is doing. So, if you want to, improve your culture, I would say be transparent with your numbers. I don't put up our salaries, but I do show them the metrics and I show them the numbers and where we stand. So anyway, Dr. Layman, I appreciate you. So, all right, we're coming down the home stretch. I did this I think I've put in 7 hours now, and I hope this is good for everybody. But over 30 years ago at the Tennessee-Mississippi State game, September 23rd, 1995, heard the most beautiful voice I've ever heard in my life say, "Hey, are you Kurt Steele?" And I'm not gonna make y'all listen to the whole story in the live stream, but here we are, over 30 years later. I married the girl of my dreams, and I'm sitting here in a meeting room at 9:00 in Atlanta, and she's at home, and she's running a lot of this behind the scenes and is taking care of a lot of things like she always does. She's she takes care of all the other details in my life so I can do stuff like this and be incredibly successful. And, if you don't have a spouse that wants you to be successful, they can hold you back. My beautiful wife has not only not held me back, she's been my encourager, and she's given me a lot of the confidence that I have to do a lot of this stuff. Because when I married her, I thought if I can get this beautiful woman to marry me, then I can probably do almost anything else. So, and I can't think of anything better to say than she's just the love of my life. And so I really was just going to, I was going to bring her on to just thank her. And I'll tell you what, she's got some good information here. I think you're going to be very, very happy to stick around and listen to this last interview because, she gets to tell you what it's like to be married to somebody that grew this practice from a spouse's standpoint. And there's a lot of really good information in there. So, Becca, with that, let us cue the interview for Sasha Steele.
So if you've been to one of my lectures or talks or whatever, and there's usually my screensaver has this person beside me or with me in this call on the screen. I wish I had $100 for every time somebody in the audience said, "That's your wife." Like, the guys especially, they shrug their shoulders like, well, how does that even happen? And so, yeah, it's in the front of my book. When you marry the girl of your dreams, all your other dreams come true. And out of all my accomplishments in the world, my best one is in this call. Getting Sasha Florence to marry me is by far the number one accomplishment I've ever had. And, if you don't have a great partner that is selfless and as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside, and just wants what's best for you and wants you to win and wants you to succeed, then you're not going to go anywhere. You're only going to go as far as your partner you've picked to go through life with will let you. And I've actually exceeded, I think, my talent, and that's because of you. I think I've overachieved for abilities. And that's because after marrying you, I really feel like I could do anything else. I could accomplish anything else. And so I wouldn't be anything without this woman in this talk. She's an award-winning teacher. She was voted Teacher of the Year on many occasions, won a lot of awards there, and spearheaded a lot of products from science labs to computer labs and accomplished a lot there. She's an award-winning a corporate pharmaceutical salesperson. We have gotten trips to Belize off of that, and you won many awards there. And then finally, a local bank talked to her one day, and they didn't even know what they were going to hire her for. They just hired her and said, "We'll figure it out later. We don't get people like you very often." And they're right about that. And so now you're the sales director for Tennessee State Bank locally. So I want to introduce you everybody to my wife, Sasha Florence Steele.
Oh wow. I don't I'm blushing because that is quite the introduction that I don't know that I deserve, but I certainly appreciate, especially coming from you.
Oh, thank you. So you've been with me when I literally became an associate in this practice. And the first year that I was making 40 grand a year, when we started this. And then we had, we're going to talk about him early. So, we came here, we got to know a guy named Jeff Foster, which, believe me, you're going last in all this. Everybody knows who he is at this point. We've taught Emily and Graham and Mark, and I mean, we've talked about Jeff often. So, what did you think when you first met Jeff and you first saw our practice? And what the thought process that we decided to stay here when we could have gone back to Knoxville. And let's just talk about that first. With the going from working for Jeff to being a partner with Jeff and the beginning of the practice.
So when we first met Jeff, I mean, was just an immediately likable human being, just one of the nicest people that I've ever met. On top of being extremely intelligent and talented and going above and beyond in optometry. It's like a dream partner. It's the person that you would hope to find that you probably never will, right?
Right.
And so after we got to know Jeff and how exceptionally talented he was and all the different things that he was doing for optometry across the state, and really probably things that evolved and rippled out into other states even. I was looking around at this tiny literally two exam room practice with 1970s leaf wallpaper in the in the waiting room, and thinking, this doesn't fit. It was like a square peg round hole. Like, he was not where he should be, in his practice. Like, he should have been a lot more successful. Everything should have looked modern, and he should have been just doing a lot more with that. And I think it's because he really cared so much about his profession. Yes, I'm seeing patients and I love seeing patients and I really care about seeing my patients and taking great care of them. I don't mean that. He had this vision to take optometry further, right?
Mm-hmm, definitely.
And expand scope, and he was instrumental in expanding the scope and being able to take, being able to write prescriptions. He was, spearheaded that. I think he just had a bigger vision. So it's like, oh, I don't care that there's 1970s wallpaper up there, and I don't care that there's two exam rooms here. I'm still going to be able to see patients. He was big picture, in that respect, but also fine details in a lot of other respects too, but that we won't get into. But I think with optometry, he really foresaw where the profession was going, and he wanted to spearhead that. So he, I think that's the reason he didn't focus so much on, I've got what I need, so I don't have to make this, fabulous office, or, and only he had two people working there.
Mm-hmm.
And he just didn't have the vision for that. And I think that's where you came in. Like, you saw where his potential and where you and he could go together. And so you were a perfect match. You were a match made in heaven for sure.
Now I almost feel like God put me here because Jeff was such a hero, not only to optometry, but to just and his friends in Newport and Cocke County, Tennessee. I was like put here to help him with that potential. But that likewise, I honestly also think that if I were not Jeff Foster's partner, I would not be nearly as successful. We really fed off of each other, and because we were like brothers, we were just, and he was like, and he was like a brother to you as well.
He was.
And so, we cared about him, and and luckily you and I are cut from the same mold. We could have left after a year and a half, and I could have made more than double the money in Knoxville, and you and I both agreed. And we didn't do it for money reasons. We weren't being smart. We just went, we can't do it to Jeff. Turned out to be the best financial decision we ever made.
Exactly. And it was all because we went with friendship and the potential. Sometimes you have to go with your gut, you have to go with potential, and you have to go that direction and think, hey, this is a great fit and I can grow this. Or hey, if I do this, I can really take it somewhere. And honestly, I think part of the decision was, yes, we could have gone to Knoxville, moved to Knoxville, and you could have gone to work for UT. And I mean, that sounds very prestigious, and I've graduated from there. There's a lot of reasons we might have done that, but there was nowhere to go. Like you were going to be stagnant. You were going to be seeing patients there. You couldn't grow it. You weren't making decisions for yourself. With a private practice, you can do that. You're steering your own ship. You're making decisions that either, grows the practice like crazy, or you can stay, like Jeff was, and kind of stay stable and not grow it, but it's all up to you. And in that, where we all want to be, like if we possibly can, is steering our own ship, making decisions, growing it, and in turn making more money and having a better life. And not that we wouldn't have had a great life if you were working at UT, and I'm sure they were going to pay you a great salary, but it was going to be that salary. It was going to be their decision, whatever they decided to give you, whatever time off they decided to give you. Everything was based on somebody else and not on what we wanted to do.
Wow. You have no how profound that is, because Mark Murphy, I've already interviewed him, but he's gone before you, because you're like, so I'm ending with you. So, because let's make the best for last. This is going to be the last thing played on the live stream.
Thank you.
But Mark Murphy said your best investment is yourself. And that is an interesting. So, maybe this is a question that just pops in my head now is as a spouse of an optometrist, what do you think our life would have looked like if I would have gone the safe route and just took the job at the University of Tennessee, and I'd still be working there? Where would I be, and where would we be right now, versus staying in a rural area like Newport, Tennessee, and where we're at otherwise?
Well, I think it'd look totally different. I mean, completely different. Just professionally, like I was a school teacher, as he mentioned beforehand, and I went to every state optometry meeting with him. We were always there, and I got to know people. I also got to know people that own companies, and that's what brought about my change in profession. Would I have ever been a pharmaceutical sales rep if I had not, if you had not been in private practice, in with Jeff Foster, who was, very active and encouraged you also to be active. Almost
it wasn't encouraged, it was demanded.
Right.
No, it was like, hey, I never forget the first time we had a state society meeting or local. Jeff went, well, we got to be here tonight. And it was getting the truck. It wasn't, do you want to go? It was time to go.
Okay, so there you go.
It wasn't encouraged. It was pretty much, that was his one demand, is we're doing this.
I'm just thinking just my life, I would probably still be teaching school. I wouldn't have had a successful pharmaceutical sales career, because what brought that about is I met all these doctors. They got to know me just here in the state. I got to know people that owned companies that thought, hey, have you ever thought about being in sales? You know, and my life would look very different. I mean, I'd be teaching school and you'd be working at UT seeing
We'd be,
patients,
and we'd
and
be
that's
asking to
all
take
we'd be
vacation.
doing.
Yeah, we'd
Yeah.
be asking. We couldn't just go to Key West for 4 days. Which, by the way, I'm off Good Friday. We'll talk later. I can't wait to go back. So
I know, me either. I love it down there. It's like it's our happy place, right?
yes, it really is. So I'm already looking at the calendar. When can we go again? Um, so we'll take it for a little sad turn here, than finish high. So we there was a period that really changed both of us. I think we lost my dad and my brother and my senior partner, Jeff, all in like a 9-month period in a very short period of time. And that loss hurt you as much as me, because there's you and Jason. I always get dyslexia with this camera, but that's you and Jason, right there. And then there's me and Jeff, and my dad's picture is actually, what I'm gonna.
Right behind you too.
Yeah, so actually, this is one of my favorites of him, because there's my dad. So and I learned so much from all three of them. How did that change us, from your perspective, and what's important?
I think we both took a long, hard look. I mean, it was all within a year of each other, and two of them were in 2 months of each other, or three, somewhere in there.
It's three, yeah.
And we started thinking, life, it really makes you think, life's short. Maybe I need to start chasing my dreams. Maybe I need to, start thinking about my spouse more. Maybe I need to, because I opted to, I was working for Bausch and Lomb, and they had moved me to South Carolina, and I was thinking, do I want to be away from Kurt and living in a hotel and coming home on Friday night and going back on Sunday and not seeing him? The answer is no. And before that, I would have been maybe so driven that I would have stuck it out. And losing those three people and time with them, I wished I could get back, and I don't want to feel that way with you. I didn't want to have time that I wished I could get back with you. And I also think that it made us, in some respects, more driven too. Like, maybe I need to start chasing my dreams. Maybe I need to write that book. Maybe I need to start a consulting company. Maybe I need to reinvent something here at Tennessee State Bank they've never had. We're both
Yes.
right. We're both doing things that are dream chasing, kind of life altering, because of those three deaths.
I agree.
It really pushed us. We tried to spin a negative into a positive because it was so tough. I think we kind of threw ourselves into doing something that would help others. I'm teaching sales training. I'm trying to help others, and help customers. And you're trying to help practices grow. So we're trying to do something beneficial for others. And I think that's a lot of who both of us, that's a common thread. I think that's a lot of who both of us are, is we like helping others. We're people. And yes, and you thought, hey, I'm successful at growing practices. I've grown one, from leafy 1970s wallpaper into exam rooms to, a modern, sleek, large practice. And then you have an additional practice in another town and been very successful. And also managed to counterbalance that with having a strong relationship with me and your family and your friends. You've managed to make time for all of that. And I think that's really, we started looking at that more when those three deaths happened.
You're making me really happy here. So,
Aw.
and so, and then, the culture, and then what's important also for the practice. And most of my team, or you've been in our office, and I don't know if you remember, but the night I came home and said, you know what, I heard two of my team members talking about who's going to miss their kids' ball game, and this was after Dad Jeff and Dad Jeff and Jason had passed, and I said, I can't, I'm not doing evenings anymore. I felt that's one of the worst moments of my career as a boss. But what do you see in that change, I guess, in the culture? What do you see in my office and my team that makes you proud?
Well, I want to address what you just said about that. You did come home and you were super upset about that, but I will give you all the credit in the world. You immediately made a change. And that started, that right there brought about better culture in your practice. You as a leader, I think you've got to steer the ship, and you've got to, cultivate a good culture. And you've done a great job along with your partners at doing that. And you have a great team because you're more like family than you are, work associates. You care about one another. You have each other's back. If somebody's sick, you take food, you call, you check on them. If somebody needs to go home because they're sick, you say go. I mean, you put them first. You're putting your team first. You put them ahead of anything, and also people that are associated with that they care about. They know you care about their family, their kids, their husband, their wife, um, their parents. That if something's going, they know if something's going on, you're going to, let them put that first, and you guys will figure out work second. And you don't and the reason that works is because the other teammates will step up and help fill in the gap when those situations happen, because they're family, they care about each other, and I think love one another. I would even go that far. I think everybody in your practice loves one another.
So, and that brings up something I thought. I've actually heard some consultants that do what I do, and they preach that you should have a professional relationship with your team, but not get too close to them. And I think that's just about the worst thing I've ever heard. If somebody works for me for 5 years and it's still a professional relationship, one of us is an a-hole. I mean, how do you work with somebody for years and not become friends and not care about them? That to me, that's just got to be like one of the worst. And it's advice that's still given to this day. And I'm just that is such terrible advice. Like, why would you not want to have fun at work and care about the people that you see as much or more than your family at home? And I guess
I think you sometimes spend more time with your work family than your family at home. And
for
so
40
why
hours a week,
wouldn't
for
you,
sure.
yeah, why wouldn't you care about them? And why wouldn't you want it to be a positive experience? You want it to be a positive experience, and it can't be a positive experience if you're keeping them at arm's length. And as all the sales training that I've gone through, what is the number one thing, right? You've got to build a relationship. So what those consultants are asking you to do is not build a relationship with your team. Well, you can't get anywhere. You can't get in the door. Let's say I was trying to sell a product. You couldn't get in the door if I don't have a relationship. I've got to get to know those people. They've got to know I genuinely care. They got to know that they can trust me and that I've got their back and I'm going to tell them the truth. And you can't do that if you're not building a relationship, and that is exactly what they're asking you to do in that circumstance. Don't build a relationship with these people. Well, you're going to have the weakest team ever. That just doesn't make sense.
Why am I writing this book? You should be writing this book. Well, by the way, and I'm preach this too, your culture is you. The doctor starts the culture. You've taught me that more than anybody. Well, if I don't come in that back door happy, then the culture doesn't get built, and I'm coming in that back door happy because of my home. So, there you go.
I feel the same way. That is being in a good marriage that is supportive also helps us, grow and succeed.
So what's it been like, so the book, which speaking of, if there's ever been a proof that Seisha's so selfless, if you're going to write a book, you better get ready. It is a labor of love, and it's an hour, and it's sun up. Graham said, I watched you work sun up to sundown. I was like, sometimes it was more than, it was sundown to sundown. What's it been like writing? What's it been like watching me write this book? And then what do you hope people take away from reading it?
I was just amazed. Like, I was like, where's he getting all this energy? Because you were still doing everything that you have to do. be a boss, run a practice, see patients, consult, and lecture and be an administrator and all the things that you were already doing, which nobody ever understood how you had time to do all that. Then we throw in writing a book. And I'm like, whoa.
We owe Mark Murphy for that kind of, we talked about.
We do. He did suggest it to you. But you had other people along the way that you that saw lectures or that you went to consult for, and they were like, you know what, you really should write a book. And you heard it so much you finally did it.
Right.
So I watching you write it was exhausting. That's the only word I know how to.
That's
I
true.
mean, I was tired for you, and I was tired for you but let me just say this: you wanted to do it. Like, yes, you might have been exhausted, but you powered through because you really believe in what you put in that book. I mean, that's you. I hear you in that book. It's like you're reading it to me when I read it, because you really believe that, and it really does work. But you also truly, genuinely believe what you poured into that book, and it's going to help others. And that's who you are.
Well,
What was
thank
that what was the second question?
you. Actually kind of answered it. What do you hope people take away from reading it and, help? But what do you think what do you think they should take away from reading?
I think that what people are going to take away from this is maybe undoing what they've heard in the past. Don't build a relationship with your team. Don't do that. You're going to say yes, you should, because having a good foundation and a great team and a good culture in your practice is huge, right?
Mhm.
I mean, so I think they're going to hear things that are counter opposite, right? Totally opposite of what they've heard in the past. But then when they apply it, they're going to be like, wow, this really does work. It's not cookie cutter either. You give them ways to take a philosophy or an idea and make it their own. And so I think what they're going to take away from this is how to build a good team. Let me just tell you, doctors are not great salespeople most of the time, because coming from an award-winning sales rep, they don't know how to talk to patients necessarily, because they're brilliant in science and maybe not brilliant in talking to patients and selling, even though we don't want to use that term, but let's say helping their patients and recommending things that would help them. They're not necessarily really good at that. And then most doctors are not business oriented. That they didn't learn that. Nowhere in school did they learn about the metrics of the practice and how to build a practice or make their practice financially sound. I think they're just doing the work and hoping it all works out. Or they may bring in an office manager that they hope will, help with that and assist in growing the practice as well. But you've provided them something that's easy to understand, that's going to help them with the metrics and the business part of the practice that I think most people in your arena don't really understand very well.
Yeah, I want this to be the blueprint. You can take this book
Correct.
and apply. Yes. So, what's one thing about me that all these people in the profession that know me or have heard me lecture, what's the one thing they maybe don't know about me that you know?
I think maybe you make this look easy, and it
Oh, yeah. Okay.
no, I mean that. I'm being very sincere here. I think you make it look easy, but in reality, you've put a lot of time and emotion and care and thought into this. And I think they think this just rolls right out of you, which, but it does. I mean, these are your concepts and ideas, and but I think everybody thinks it might be easier for you. It took a lot of work. I think they don't realize that.
I want it to be easier for them because of what you and I have done.
Right.
That's so, and what would you say to the spouses out there who are supporting that practice owner right now that's going through the grind and questioning the ownership part, and maybe we should just go work for somebody, or
because we've been there. It's what we talked about at the beginning. You know, we invested in ourselves, and that takes time. You're not going to snap your fingers and be making $2 million. It's a process. You got to trust the process, and your book will help that process along. And don't you wish we'd had a book this great that
Oh
told us how
gosh,
to do
yes.
everything,
Yes.
you know, and laid out the metrics and all that, and you didn't have to sit down and figure it out. Somebody giving it to you, and it was tested, and you knew it worked. And I wish we had had that. We probably could have arrived sooner at success. But what happened? We invested in ourselves, and we're highly successful, and we came out the other side. You just got to hang in there and support each other. And just remember that there's going to be a reward for this at the end.
Wow. Okay. That's amazing. So y'all see why I married her and got so lucky to do so. So we're going to close it here.
Hey, I'm the lucky one. He's always saying that. I'm the lucky one.
No, look at the screen. So Sasha, the name of the book, you know, is We're Not Selling, We're Winning. And you're married to the person that wrote it, and you helped me come up with the title. So, you know, what does that title and what does the book mean to you as the person that saw me through the whole thing and helped me write it and stayed up with me a lot of those late nights? And, you know, you got a minor in edit in journalism, and you helped write it, and you helped do a lot of grammatical things with it, and you made several suggestions that were incredibly helpful. So, yeah, what does this mean to you? And you know, going through this with me.
I'm exceptionally proud of you. I mean, it's impressive. I mean, I don't know anybody else, maybe one other person I know that's written a book. So I think that's a great accolade, and I love to read, so I think that's special. And the title of the book, We're Not Selling, We're Winning, that is literally like your motto. Like you believe that. That, like, I think summarizes the book perfectly. If we don't sell, you know, if we stick it out, if like we did all those years ago, and pour our heart and soul into ourselves, then we're winning and we're going to win, you know. And you have to believe that too. There's a thought process here. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe you can do it and know that you're going to win on the other side. And I think We're Not Selling our practice. We don't need you over here, you know. We got this. And who's got it better than you? Who cares more about you and than you or your spouse, right? Who else? So in this case, if you're in private practice, you literally get to pour all your time and effort and your care and your love and everything into something that belongs to you. And do you want to work for somebody else and make them the money, or do you want to make the money for you?
And us. Well,
and us. Yeah. Well, I'm speaking to people that maybe aren't, but in our case, it's us, because we are a collective for sure. We're for
yes,
sure.
we are. And then I'll tell you, so, you know, to wrap it up. So, I'm gonna try to say this without boo-hooing or crying or anything.
Oh, don't make me cry.
I won't. But, you know, I meant that when you married, like, before I met you, I was the most unconfident person you ever met, really. People would not have recognized me before meeting you. Like, you're you're my heart and soul. And
Well, you're my heart and soul too.
You're like the first true accomplishment I felt I ever had in my life, like the real one. And I've often thought in my head, if you can get Sasha Florence to marry you, then everything else is possible. That really is so true. That's why you hear it. That's why I say it over and over again. But, you know, here we've been together 30 years, married 28, and I'm sitting here today, and I finally, in my mind, said, I'm not going to wait till my birthday to go back to our happy place. I'm literally looking at the calendar, like, when could we go back to Key West? Because, you know, and I don't know if he's going to watch this or not. There's a guy down there named Dallas Doctor. He plays at the Stinking Crawfish. Great entertainer, 60s and 70s music, and we just love it. And you know, I want to go back. I'm already wanting to go back. We just got back, and I want to go again. But I'm truly married to my favorite person on earth and the most beautiful woman on earth. I've never wanted for anybody else. And if I could go back, you know, 28 years, I'd do the same exact thing again. And much like Jeff and, you know, and my mom and my dad and Jason and others. Without you, I would not be sitting here half as successful as I am. So I love you, and thank you for just being the best wife that a guy could ask for, and being so supportive and allowing me to do stuff like this.
Well, let me just say ditto, even though, because, I know we're on time constraint, but I saw in you what you didn't see. I saw it all. I saw it all. It's all, everything that you said that you weren't, you actually were. I saw it. I mean, you're the most special person that I've ever met. You are genuine, you care about people, you're thoughtful and caring, and all these things that when you go out to consult, they see. And I think that brings about success, because they see you, you really care about these people and you want to help them, and they see that. And because I see it, I've always seen it. I mean, I fell in love with you so hard because you are such a wonderful person. I mean, truly, what you see is what you get with Kurt Steele. And that's not true with a lot of people. And you truly one of a kind in the most positive way ever. And I love you with every fiber of my being. You're special, Kurt. And I know, and I don't mean, I mean that positively. Some people say
too.
that in a negative way, like, well, he thinks he's bad. No, Kurt truly is special. And
Well, thank you.
the
I love
best
you
way
too.
ever.
And we could do this for another 30 minutes, but I'm not
We
going to do that.
could. I
So-
could literally talk to you, because I do. I talk your head off because I love to talk. We could talk for hours. So, but I know we're on a time constraint.
So anyway, I love you, babe, and thank you for hopping on here. And this is so after this, I'm going to hop on and finish up myself. I don't know what I'm going to say yet, but I'm glad I got to end this with the person that's the most responsible for my success. I love you and thank you.
Oh, I love you too.
All right. See you soon.
See you soon.
All right. The reason for all my success and the love of my life, Sasha. So thank you, babe. I love you. I know she's still watching now. So, we all know how beautiful I think she is. Y'all have heard it over and over again. But, to wrap this up, I wrote literally filled a page with the wisdom of Sasha. Potential. Luckily, she saw the potential in me. Thank you. I'm glad you saw it when I didn't see it. She saw it. 90% of our staff can't be bad, and the potential is there. You've got to figure out your leadership style, and you've got to bring the potential out of your team. Most of you people, most of the doctors that don't think they have a good team, you have a good team. You've just not tapped into their potential like you should. And so I hope this book will help you do that. And you got to have a personal relationship. Sasha's right. This whole world is built on relationships and the relationships you have with people. That's number one. If you don't build a relationship, you got to build relationships with your patients, and it's got to be genuine. And you got to build relationships with your team, and that's got to be genuine. There's actually, I'm a Seinfeld fan, and there's an episode of Seinfeld where George Costanza does the opposite of what he thinks, and he ends up getting a job with the Yankees, and he's really successful. And Sasha said, you preach some of the opposite, and don't build relationships with your team. Keep it professional. I think that's terrible advice. Don't show them the numbers. Don't involve them in the practice. I do the opposite. My team sees the numbers. We have a bonus system based on numbers, and that they get rewarded and paid based off that system. So anyway, that was really good advice from Sasha. And owning your own practice and realizing your potential, you get to pour your heart into your practice. My wife said that. You get to pour your heart into it. Here's what and we've mentioned it a couple times before, I try to build a place of work where you get to come to work. You don't have to come to work. And that's what I love about owning my own place. I don't have to do it. I get to do it. I get to pour my heart and soul into something that's going to be a legacy that we just celebrated our 75-year anniversary of our practice. And I'm looking forward to when I'm 81 years old, seeing the 100-year anniversary. And Dr. Graham Taylor and Dr. Emily Eisenhower, Dr. Jacob Norris is there. And hopefully Dr. Lexi Hartsock, I don't know if she's on tonight, but she'll be there. And then we're talking to another doctor about joining. And out of respect for him, I won't mention his name yet because we've not put his name on the contract, but we're trying really hard. So I haven't done it. I've tried to make this informational, but I'm going to wrap this up, and actually I'm going to take 3 to 5 minutes and be selfish and advertise a little. So she said, you've not even said the title of the book tonight, my wife. I've not even mentioned it. The book title is We're Not Selling, We're Winning. The simple blueprint that grew our practice from 280,000 to 4 million. And so there you go, Sasha. I said the title. There it is. And she said in her talk, don't you wish we'd have had this book 30 years ago? And the answer is hell yes. I wish we'd have had that book 30 years ago. So Sasha and I have been through the trials and tribulations. We've been through the weeks and months back in the beginning where I didn't even pay myself sometimes so I can meet payroll and pay the bills. And we've come out the other side with a very successful practice. And I want anybody here in the audience that's owns a practice or thinking owning a practice to take this blueprint and do in 5 to 10 years what it took me 30 to do, and learn all the things to do, the things not to do, and use this book as a blueprint. So that's the book title. I do have a website, www.drkurtsteele.com, a lot of information there. And I do have a coaching company. And Amber Vilhauer, probably not on here, but so we have this thing when you write a book, and I talked about getting in alignment earlier, we have this thing called an avatar, and like you talk to this one person, but they're at 5 stages of their career. And the interesting thing is the way she coached me, I have sort of 4 to 5 levels of service in my company. The easiest one is a circle community. I have and I will put this on all my social media and things here. I plan on actually having it ready to go next Monday. It's pretty ready to go now, but it's an online community. It's more private than Facebook. We're going to have, we're going to have a private forum where the private doctors can talk to each other. I'm going to have a monthly 2-hour Q&A where it's live and we can talk to each other and share ideas. I'm going to have weekly quick win videos where I'm just going to put a 3-minute video on something you can do to your practice and win immediately. And I'm going to have the total practice systems library on there where literally every document, spreadsheet, checklist you can think of you need to run your practice, it will be on there. And the cost is very minimal. There's a monthly fee and an annual fee. You can choose which one to do. I don't mind telling you it's $100 a month or $1,000 a year. And when you do a monthly, $100 a month over for 12 months, or if you pay the annual fee up front, you get $1,000 off any future service you want, pretty much making the Circle community free. Some of those other things are an online cohort. You mentioned it. I mentioned it earlier, and it was very successful. I take 4 or 5 practices, and we meet for 3 2-hour sessions online, and we go through the book. And it includes all those spreadsheets and everything I just mentioned. And so that is a level. And then the next level up is I actually host a retreat twice a year in Houston, Texas. The next one I think is like the second weekend of April, so it's coming up pretty soon. And I have 5 or 6 practices, and we just spend 2 days in Houston, just intense practice. And that is actually intended to not just be the doctor, but the office manager as well. And then that actually includes some follow-up phone calls as well. Going back to the group cohort, you can pay to just have your practice do a group cohort as well. So instead of having 4 or 5 practices, we can just go through the book with just you and your team. And then, of course, the ultimate is the on-site transformation where I come to your practice for 2 days. And that includes also we do a lot of preparation. Mark Murphy talked about that. A lot of people want to win. They don't want to prepare. We're going to prepare. And then I actually do a follow-up visit in 3 months. So I don't just come for 2 days and leave and wish you well. There's a follow-up visit to hold us both accountable. So go to www.drkurtsteele.com for all that. So yeah, 4 hours, 41 minutes, 25 seconds, over 3 hours last night. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to hang up. So I enjoyed it. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to Becca Faison, my chief marketing officer. She did a tremendous job. Doing 8 hours of this with no glitches hardly is very impressive. And she learned this for me. I have no idea how to do this StreamYard thing. So good job, Becca. And then my wife, Sasha, I've already said it enough, but without you, I'm nothing. And I love you. And thank you she watched the whole thing and helped Becca some. And then I've got bookmarks and books here, and I'm ready to go at Seco. Oh, Seco, I'll be signing books Friday from 10 to 12 in the Weave booth, and I'm going to be giving away the first 100 free. And then Saturday, from 10 to 12 in the Buzz Lounge in the exhibit hall. I'll be giving students free books. You just have to bring your student ID. So anybody that's out there that's in private practice, I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work with you. It's my passion to preserve independent optometry, and I am really ready to build something special with everybody here. So thank you, everybody, for coming, and you guys have a great night.